Good morning and a very, very warm welcome to the HS Visio Live Studio here at Nordic Business Forum 2024. And a special hello to all of you watching us on the live stream. I know we've got viewers from 36 countries, which is fantastic. And here in Helsinki, we've got guests from 49 different countries. So great to have so many of you engaged in this year's event. So in around an hour's time, the main stage agenda gets underway. We have got Adam Grant, one of the world's most sought after authors and thinkers in the realm of leadership. But here on the HS Visio Live Studio, what's going on here? Well, we'll be here throughout the next 2 days. Whenever there's not anything going on the main stage, we'll have guests here for you. Some of the keynote speakers will be joining me for one-to-one fireside chats. We've also got panel discussions and interviews with other top names from business, tech, and academia. So my name's Maddy Savage. I'm a journalist by trade. I've been based here in the Nordics for the last 10 years, and I am passionate about innovation and creating strong workplace cultures. So I'm really excited about this year's overarching theme, which is courageous leadership. So we'll be delving into that. But here on the HS Visio Live stage, we'll also be looking into some other interesting subtopics, from sustainability to AI, customer experience, and many, many, many other more interesting themes. So do join us for all of that. And by the way, HS Visio, for those of you not from Finland, that stands for, the HS is for Helsingin Sanomat, which is Finland's biggest newspaper, and brings you this stage. So brought to you by a newspaper, hosted by journalists, but we know you guys have got some fantastic questions as well, and we want you to be as engaged as possible. And there's a couple of ways to do that. If you've got the Brella event app, you can go into the question and answer session and post anything you like during the sessions or beforehand if you know that one of your favorite speakers is coming up. You can also go to slido.com, and put in the passcode for that, which is nbforum 2024. All right, that's all the administration out of the way. Now it's time for us to bring on our very first guest. He's from here in Finland. He's a professor in machine learning and AI at Aalto University. He's also the co-founder and CEO of Europe's largest private AI lab, which has just been acquired by a major US tech firm. To find out more and to hear how AI combines with courageous leadership, please welcome Peter Salin. Welcome. All right, great to have you here. First guest of the event, no pressure. So tell us a little bit about the deal then. Silo's been acquired by AMD, so congratulations on a huge deal. I know you probably can't tell us too much, but a little bit about the process, how it happened, what it means.
No, it's very exciting times. I think, well, as you said, I obviously can't go into the details, but I mean, it's such a good fit in many ways, culture-wise, but then especially in terms of technology, and the opportunity that lies ahead. I mean, AMD is in a tremendous position in terms of AI computing, and we obviously have been and continue to be sort of creating value on top of compute platforms. So, we will be continuing building open source foundation models, language models on top of AMD compute platforms. We will be continuing to build out our enterprise AI platform on top of AMD compute platforms, and we'll be continuing to create value on top of AMD compute platforms. And I think sort of, putting our team at the center of that action today is a tremendous opportunity for the team.
In some ways, it's a symbol of how far we've come in the last year. The developments in AI have been huge. But if we look back, you were with us here a year ago at a time when a lot of the conversations were still around, is AI going to take our jobs? What does this mean for all of us? Where would you say the corporate world is generally now in terms of how much it's embraced AI?
Yeah, I mean, we discussed this last year. I think while some things have changed, the underlying technology is still the same, and I think that's what I said last year as well. I mean, if you look at the past many AI waves, I personally think that value creation has still always relied on the sort of the same logic, where basically AI is just becoming an embedded and integrated part of software products or digital platforms, digital services, digital products, and I think that's what is happening now as well. And of course, technology changes, but eventually, sort of the way that it's being adopted is usually quite similar. And I mean, now we've seen much more AI being deployed during the past year. I think we've also, and enterprises across the world have seen how difficult it is to sort of build AI-driven products. And I think we also have a lot of success stories out there. So, AI, what I've said previously as well during the past AI waves, is that this investment wave will eventually ensure that it is gradually being sort of more and more adopted, and that's what we're seeing now, and I expect us to see in the years to come.
There are concerns, though, on a European-wide level about how much investment there has been in AI and tech here in Europe. In contrast to other parts of the world, we're going to be hearing a bit more about Mario Draghi's report on European competitiveness later during Nordic Business Forum. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's in line with what I just said. I mean, our perspective has throughout been that while it is important for competitiveness, be it an individual organization or Europe as a whole, it is important to have AI capabilities. Still, sort of the way you eventually create value happens through tech companies or tech products, and I think that's also what Draghi is alluding to in many ways, both indirectly and directly, and actually quite explicitly with some of his remarks. And I would fully agree. I think the most crucial aspects going ahead, if we are to sort of compete and be competitive, is to ensure that we have these technology platforms, technology companies. And
how do we make sure that more of them come through? It's been a really tough time for investors. We've had a lot of inflation issues, economic instability. So there hasn't been that same momentum that we were seeing, say, five years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have a lot of focus in Europe on capabilities, and I think the ingredients to create AI, we have them. I mean, we have talent, we have compute, and we have basically access to data. But then eventually, how do you actually get to value creation? It is by ensuring that we foster sort of growth of these sort of sizable digital businesses. And I think eventually that will require a bit of different activities. I mean, you can think about transforming more traditional industrial companies in Europe. I think that's going to require a bit different efforts compared to, for instance, fostering growth in sort of moonshot type of AI startups or digital startups, technology startups that eventually become scale-ups and unicorns. And I think succeeding with that will take a combination of capital, it will take a combination of talent, and it will eventually, I think require also an say unified Europe, which doesn't sort of consist of say many individual nations or silos, but rather a unified economic region.
I mean, that's a huge topic that we could delve into. But let's home in a little bit on talent side of things. You work at university. You're obviously seeing new talent coming through every day. But do you think Finland and the Nordics has the edge when it comes to talent? There's a lot of international recruitment going on at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, what I think is crucial is that the most talented people, they eventually want to work with the most talented people. And I mean, if a small nation like Finland is to succeed, but if say European countries overall are to succeed, then we need to ensure that we have those moonshots, we have those initiatives, be it sort of university initiatives or individual companies that are capable of attracting and retaining that talent. Because eventually, I mean, even though we have great universities, we have good research, and we have good researchers in Europe. The only way to ensure that they actually stay when they eventually move to industry is to ensure that we have initiatives where they actually sort of feel that they get to learn and contribute to significant activities. So that's what I would highlight in any country, but also in Finland. And eventually, I think what is worth noting is that I don't think universities are, when it comes to AI, for instance, I don't think universities and companies are competing for the same talent. I think rather the opposite. I mean, universities in Finland are producing a lot of very talented researchers. Now, I think it's key for companies in Finland and eventually to provide opportunities that ensures that that talent stays.
You seem quite optimistic, but we are getting some questions in around this topic, actually. One person says, do we really have sufficient talent in Europe compared to North America and Asia? I doubt it. I mean, how can we kind of combat that, those sorts of attitudes and celebrate what you're saying is going on within academia and within tech scene?
Look, I mean, there's a lot to be done. It's not that we would be there, but I think it can be done. And I think Paris region is a good example of that. And you know, Finland isn't much after that. But I mean, if you look at the Paris region, where you have many AI companies like Mistral, around that you've attracted then Hugging Face, you've attracted Meta AI, now OpenAI is opening an office in Paris. And it's attracted a lot of capital as well. You know, I think we should, you know, look at that kind of examples and eventually follow. And that applies, I mean, if you look at Finland, we're doing well in AI, but we're also doing well in, for instance, quantum computing. And such clusters that have sort of formed, you know, should eventually be tapped into.
We're going to be talking about quantum computing with our next couple of guests, actually. Just on the public perception side of AI, we talked about how it has already evolved, but how do you see that shifting and evolving in, say, the next 5 years?
My answer has been the same since, you know, I don't know, 2015. AI is already and will just continue to become an embedded part of our everyday lives and the products we use on a daily basis, ranging from, you know, autonomous vehicles to smart devices to I don't know, our vacuum cleaners and toothbrushes, and you know that's going to continue. So I mean, and I've also said that AI as a definition is more of a philosophical term than a technical term. And usually it's actually the thing that we can't yet do. So once we can do, we don't think about it as AI anymore. So I mean, I think that's going to just continue. And then we will, of course, you know, have technological developments that will open up new opportunities, and that will change again the way that we understand AI.
And if you could put your finger on what those next technical developments are likely to be, I know you always feel put on the spot to be a futurist, but that's what people want to know.
Well, there could be many things highlighted, like technical contributions that are allowing us to do new things and eventually embed that technology into products and create value in our everyday life. But I mean, what is happening at the moment with large language models is the same as has happened with AI previously. I do believe that they will take sort of steps forward in becoming agentic, and eventually we will see software agents doing tasks for us, quite narrow and focused, but nevertheless doing automated tasks for us. And then what I'm personally excited about is robotics. I think there's a lot of opportunity in robotics, which is, I think, opened up by the advances in Gen AI and especially multimodal, so being able to process not only text, but speech and audio and video and so forth, and that being eventually deployed on various types of devices and robots.
Very exciting, but also causing some cause for concern around deep fakes and all those other topics that tend to come up around that. But really interesting to hear what you're excited about and how AI is moving forward. Please give it up for our first guest of the day, Peter Solin. Thank you. All right, well, from the latest in AI trends, we're now going to be looking into the latest in quantum computing. Now, whereas AI has become something that we're often thinking about a lot more in our everyday lives and in business, quantum computing, maybe not something that most of you are talking about on a day-to-day basis, myself included. So at its simplest, it's a new way of processing information. These computers can work much quicker than standardized computers because of the physics involved. And our next guest is going to be here to explain a little bit more about how they work and how all of that can fit into the future direction of business and leadership. So please welcome Ines de Veza, who is a VP of Technology for the quantum computer company IQM. All right, good to have you here on the HS Visio stage. Let's just start by hearing a little bit about you and how you got involved in quantum computing.
Yes, well, it's very nice being here. I was basically starting to work in quantum computation per se back in 2020. And before that, I was a quantum technology researcher. I was doing research at the university. And it was back then, around 2019, when the experiment of Google, where Google was showing what we call quantum supremacy, when the whole community that was working in quantum started to realize that this actually has a very promising potential to impact actually industries. And that was the moment when I became very interested and then started in 2020.
Okay, so break it down for us, for those of us who aren't natural physicists. Why are these computers so special?
Yes, so quantum computation is based on a completely different paradigm of computation. So, you know, in classical computers, you have bits of information that can have values either 0 or 1. But quantum computers can have qubits, quantum bits, that can actually live in a superposition between 0 and 1, which actually expands very significantly the space of memory that quantum computers work with. And actually, the good thing about qubits is that they also can combine themselves in parallel and therefore produce a parallelization that is not seen in classical computers. And the other property that quantum computers have is that qubits can actually get entangled, which means that actually when you change the state of a qubit here, you produce an instantaneous effect of another qubit any other way in the quantum computer. And these two properties, parallelization and entanglement, is what actually produces a very significant speed up in certain kinds of computational problems and also enables quantum computers to solve complex, for instance, complex materials and molecules in a much better way than classical computers.
So a potentially very broad potential. Can you give us some examples of how this might be applied?
Absolutely. So for instance, these parallelization properties, so the ability for the quantum computer to have, at the same time, many different states, is very useful for optimization problems. So in optimization problems, you really want to look for the best solution among a limited number of solutions, like, for instance, when you want to understand how to distribute goods within a network or how to arrange the scheduling of planes. So for these specific optimization problems, you really want to find the best possible solution, and this is what quantum computers do very well because of this superposition property of being able to really explore all the space of possible solutions simultaneously. And then the second kind of industries where I think quantum computers will produce a very strong impact is in those that are pretty much dependent on the ability of resolving complex materials, molecules, etc., like, for instance, pharma and biotechnology in general.
So what kind of time frame are we looking at for seeing these applications coming to life?
Yes, this is, of course, always the $1 billion question. We are talking about the time frame where around in the next 5 to 10 years, we will begin to see what is called quantum advantage. Quantum advantage means that we will start to show that for industrially relevant problems, quantum computers are more efficient, either in runtime or energy consumption or in precision than classical computers. So this is about the time scale in which we will start seeing these quantum solutions taking off. But I think it's after 10 years when we will start to see that these quantum solutions start to populate more the space of industry problems.
Okay, so still quite a long-term prognosis. But where are we here in the Nordic and Baltic region? Do you feel that this is an area where we're getting ahead compared to other parts of the world? And which other parts of the world do we need to keep an eye on?
Yes, that's a very good question. I would say here in Finland, where we are today located, we have very strong, on the one hand, groups doing quantum at the University of Aalto, for instance. And we also have a number of companies, like, for instance, IQM, the company where I'm working, that are, for instance, leaders in the world for producing quantum computers and also quantum algorithms. But we also have quantum algorithm companies that are located here. Now, about industries that are starting to basically adopt this technology, I think this is going slower in general, not only in the Nordic area, but in general. So we are starting to see companies that are beginning to be quantum ready, meaning they are starting to explore how to actually introduce quantum solutions in the production of their, well, basically in the pipeline of their products, for instance.
It's a difficult one because how do businesses know when the right time is to invest, particularly when we're coming off the back of rocky times for the economy? A lot of companies are already investing heavily in AI, and now here comes another solution that, oh, actually, you need to keep your eye on that for the next decade.
Yes, exactly. But in a sense, there are fields, industry areas that are used to very long time scales. Like, for instance, pharma and biotech, they are used to having time scales of more than 10 years to actually produce a drug. And for those kind of industries, I think quantum, or being quantum ready, is already relevant, because we do have now in many different quantum computing companies a roadmap that is very clear, and through which we know that the time scale for actually having this quantum advantage that I was mentioning before is already quite near, relatively speaking, as I said, for these kind of companies.
We're starting to get some questions in from our audience. Thank you for those. You mentioned the untangling process earlier, and this person wants to know, how can you control which qubits will entangle?
Well, entanglement, the way it is produced in a quantum computer is by making qubits interact with each other by pairs. And this is how, little by little, as you produce these gates that entangle pairs of qubits, you are building entanglement potentially across the whole quantum processing unit, across the whole quantum computing. So it's actually, as you can see, a very controlled process. So it's kind of a very interesting kind of system, because it's very complex on the one hand, but it's very controllable. So you are able to really understand when are you creating entanglement between two qubits by producing these gates, these interactions. And also when you start to make these two qubits interact with others, then the entanglement is growing among more and more qubits.
Okay. You also picked up on supply chain management being an area where quantum computing has the potential to make an impact. Just tell us a little bit more about how that might work.
Yes, so basically this is a kind of a model problem that belongs to this class that I mentioned before, of saying, okay, you have a graph with what you have, your problem is described as a graph, as a network. And what you're looking at is which one of the very many different configurations is the best one to solve your problem with some constraints. And the reason why quantum is very good at this is exactly because you can build quantum entanglement and superposition of all the qubits, and this kind of state that you are building in your quantum computer is representing at the same time all different possible solutions to your problem, so that your quantum algorithm is going to be able to identify among all these solutions that the quantum computer has been prepared in, which one is the one that solves your optimization problem. And it's known mathematically that the quantum computer is going to do this much faster, polynomially faster than a classical computer.
Okay, so potentially a really efficient tool. We've got some more questions coming in here. This one says, it's a question about China's involvement in quantum computing. It says, China's involvement has sped up during the past 7 years in particular, and in 2040, they'll be the #1 in the world, according to this source. How do you think Europe will be able to compete with that? Is that an accurate reflection of where you see China?
I love the question. Actually, it's a question that I also have, and I kind of have the answer. The answer is really by investing more. Because we know that, well, first of all, we know that classical computers are very impressive, but they are reaching their limits in terms of energy consumption. So we know that AI is going to actually consume all the energy that is produced in the world in the next 10 years, 20 years. And quantum computers have, in principle, the potential to solve these energy consumption problems. So this means that we really need to invest on alternative computational technologies. But what is needed to compete with China is actually for investors to invest more and for governments to also invest more in this technology that we know we have a roadmap to produce, but that is at the same time requiring a lot of investment. So we are talking about probably hundreds of millions of euros, what is required to build this quantum computing system that will produce the advantage in 5 to 10 years that will enable quantum solutions to compete.
And just finally, with any new tech, and a topic we'll also be touching on with our next guest, with new tech comes questions about security and data protection. What are the key things that companies need to be thinking about if they're investing in quantum computing and concerned about how that might impact security?
Yes, that's actually one of the questions that are always very interesting to address. Well, quantum computers, we know that they would be able to crack some of the most used codes in communications and for instance, in internet, which is, for instance, the elliptic code and RSA. And because those are based on the ability, or basically the inability of classical computers to solve, for instance, to factorize large numbers, or to calculate logarithmics like discrete logarithms. And we know that quantum computers with the short algorithm and variations can actually solve these problems very easily, very fast. But they will only be able to do that when we have maybe tens of thousands of what we call logical qubits, meaning qubits with very low error rates.
Okay.
And this will only come not in 10 years, but probably more around 20 to 30 years. So we are a little bit far from this moment.
Yeah, okay, so opportunities as well as risks.
Yes.
Ines de Vega, thank you very much for joining us. We need to wrap things up there, but great to have you here at Nordic Business Forum.
Thank you.
Okay, so AI, quantum computing, we're going to be talking a little bit more about some other emerging technologies with our next guest, and continuing along that theme of cybersecurity. How can we protect data and information against this rapid phase of digitalization? And how will all of this affect businesses and leaders? What are the skills that leaders need to have as we move into this next phase? Please welcome President and CEO of cybersecurity company WithSecure, which is based here in Helsinki, Antti Kostela. Antti Kostela, thank you very much for joining us here at Nordic Business Forum. We've just learned a bit about AI and quantum computing. Which other emerging technologies do you think need to be on people's radars right now?
I would maybe start with the technology in general. They have good things and they have bad things. And so we can't uninvent technology once it's there. So we always will get the great parts, but we will get the downside. So I think that's maybe one of the key things business people to realize. And when we look then beyond, so technology development usually has gone in the waves of 10 years. So here in Finland, we enjoyed, for instance, 2000s, a lot of the mobile and the Nokia cluster. But then we went to cloud computing, and now we are in the AI era. And quantum could be the next one, but there are other things as well.
Any examples you can share with us?
So I was thinking, for instance, in the sustainability area, there are a lot of developments in the green technology. like renewable energy sources and great storage systems. There is a lot of things happening in the biotech. So those two come to my mind, but closer to IT, you would have robotics, autonomous systems, and here in Finland, of course, 5G, 6G, and maybe they could bring metaverse alive, but in general, there's a lot of uncertainty with all the new technologies. The ones we have now, they are clear, but the future is a bit foggy.
Yeah, and it's very hard to make predictions. We were sitting at different conferences 5 years ago. People thought we'd already have self-driving cars and things like that. So you can't always predict the speed at which change is going to happen. But let's return to AI and generative AI. How can that already be used as part of security today?
So I start with the reassuring thing first. So cybersecurity industry is ahead of the criminals currently, as we have been using machine learning and AI for years and years. So we are today training our systems with the data we have since the birth of the computer viruses, and we can now make accurate predictions. So we can find kind of anomalies, so we can define that this file is likely to be anomalous, or we can even detect insider activity. But hey, this is going to change. So the barriers for entry with the use of AI for the criminals, it has changed, and now they are accessible. And while we don't see yet immediate things currently, but in the future, it will be a race between AI defense and the AI attacks.
So is that the biggest risk or challenge then, that the criminals can get ahead of the companies?
Yeah, I think that will be. And in generally, companies need to adopt a AI-based playbook for the defense as you go further.
Okay. And how easy is it to establish those sorts of solutions?
It's not easy, obviously, but it all starts from the thing is that we are accumulating vast amounts of data, and we have done that for 30 plus years, for instance, in our company. So we have a good training data based on with all these AI tools we heard earlier that can do accurate predictions.
Big difference, though, between big tech corporations, startups, and medium-sized companies in terms of the level of investment, the level of manpower and talent in order to implement some of these kind of things. What advice would you give to smaller companies that are trying to protect themselves?
I think the general thing is to adopt AI automation-based playbook, and but we have a lot of work to do as an industry because the current playbook for cybersecurity has been built more for large enterprises, and that's what we have been doing with every technology phase. And we are in a situation that we have created large enterprises to a phase that they are incrementally safer, but the small and medium-sized companies are a bit left behind, and they are actually losing their digital confidence. So it's a multifaceted thing, so we could explore that further.
Yeah, I mean, what would you do if you were a small company starting out thinking, well, I've got this great idea, I'm growing my business, but I know that there are these risks that didn't exist to the same extent 5-10 years ago. Where would you be putting your money and resources?
Yeah, so the starting point, I start with the view that this was one McKinsey report I came across. It said, just to illustrate the difference between the investment. So you know that we are maybe investing 10% of revenue to IT and then 10% to security. So that could be 1% of like a large bank. So if you're a 3 billion bank, it would be 30 million. So you get to hire great teams, you get to buy all the software and even test that. But if you go to the smaller end, you talk about budgets less than 100,000. So you don't get to hire a team, not even a person. So the solution is to buy these integrated software suites that are AI powered, that in a way are over-encompassing, and they are automating the work for you.
What would you say the biggest mistakes or most common pitfalls are from companies? Perhaps not doing what you've just suggested, but in general, when kind of trying to understand where they need to be with security?
So it starts from the very basic things, in my view. So you must have been advised not to click on files and URLs And that's for good reason. It's one of the prime attack vectors, for instance, for ransomware. And that can even then propagate to the whole company. But what we should be even more thinking as companies is what we do not see. So most of the attacks today are, in a way, fileless, and they exploit the vulnerabilities. So I could ask here from the audience is that who of you have updated all your software in the laptop, in the enterprise software and phones, and do it consistently? And that's a big question, so I'm sensing some hesitation. So let's take a case here in Helsinki. City of Helsinki was breached through a single remote access service being not updated, and that led to the loss of private records for school kids and city employees. So this basic IT hygiene needs to be taken seriously, that you get control on your digital attack surface.
And from a personal perspective, we've heard a lot about scams becoming more and more sophisticated, particularly with AI tools, so deepfake voices and videos, and even I heard a recent story of someone receiving messages that looked like they were from their bank, but it was from somebody else. How sophisticated do you see these things moving, and what is the potential solution?
So where we are today, so we are of course researching this quite a bit. So we see the first deep fakes. There are some CEO scams that might sound like me. So you need a 3-second sample from this speech to be able to replicate my voice with the generative AI. So that's all you need. And so you could do targeted things. There are some of these happening. Then we also have seen a first malware that is done with the generative AI that in a way adapts itself. But it's just early in the making, so it's not yet widespread, but like I mentioned, it's going to get a lot worse.
And how can we protect ourselves?
Yeah.
It's a big question.
So how do we protect ourselves? I maybe would answer how we have, in the cybersecurity industry, we have been protecting past decades. So we have been building tech for every generation tech wave, and we have found countermeasures for the awful things, because we can't uninvent this tech that is there. But in a way, what it has done is that we have created a lot more products, a lot more processes, a lot more controls, and we have been, in a way, making everybody incrementally safer, especially the large companies. But now we sort of have hit the tipping point. Gartner talks about the more is more myth, and so that there's a need to have a relook at the playbook, especially for the smaller ones, because they are seriously left behind.
We've got a question coming in around this. You've talked a lot about creating a defense model, but this person actually says, why can't we be more proactive by attacking known criminals? I guess that's more of perhaps a political question, but it's worth raising.
So cybersecurity industry works, of course, with the governments. There was a very proactive measure against, for instance, the Lockbit ransomware group, where a lot of the encryption keys for the ransomware were restored, and their operations were halted for a while. But it's not stopping ransomware. It's actually very lucrative business model for the criminals. And one thing we need to understand about these cyber criminals is that they operate at an industrial scale. So we call them cybersecurity unicorns, some of them, because the value could be $1 billion for some of these ones. So they might have, let's take Lockbit, for instance. You have a CEO, you have a HR who is hiring criminals, you have technical support who makes sure your ransom is paid correctly, and they actually ask you, were you happy? And that's a bit borderline. But then they also employ financial analysts to model the target. So maybe better than attacking the criminals, which is more the justice system, the industry is taking a proactive approach where we get control on our digital attack surface, and we get control on our exposure, one by one.
Thank you. And so I guess the final question is, how important is it for companies to be discussing this with each other, to be more open about discussing security risks with one another?
The key thing there, I talk about the playbook. So the key thing is that we start by admitting that especially for small to mid-sized companies, the current security playbook, which is built with this more is more approach, is broken, and we need a new playbook. So it starts from that, and then we need to ask which security outcomes we want to have there, and we did some interviews on those ones, so they are in the areas of resilience, efficiency, and customer trust compliance. But then putting this AI and automation to work. I think that's the heart of it. But then talking, for instance, in the European landscape. So we have 36 million plus companies in Europe, so the European Union, the UK, and addressing that with this modern digital thing is something we need to have a good dialogue with the governments, industries, and the vendors. And we need to really have a playbook that meets these needs.
Yeah, many challenges, but opportunities as well. Thank you very much for joining us here on the Nordic Business Forum stage.
So thank you so much.
Thanks, Antti. All right, so hopefully you've got a flavor of some of the opportunities and challenges coming from emerging technologies, AI, quantum technology, different security systems. But what does this mean for all of us here, you as leaders? What kind of mindset, what kind of skills do you need to lead your team through this next phase of transition? To tell us more, our next guest is a management professor at Berkeley University, also a senior director at the Apple Academy, and co-author of a best-selling book, Great by Choice, Uncertainty, Chaos, and Luck, Why Some Thrive Despite Them All, as well as other literature around leadership. Please put your hands together here in Helsinki, and at home, and in the office if you would like as well. Morten Hansen, welcome to the stage. Welcome. Please join us in our lovely wooden studio. So we've been talking about the specifics of different technologies, but let's talk about the mindset to navigate this rapid pace. What kind of mindset and skills do you think the CEOs and leaders of the futures need?
Well, there is an incredible change happening, right? So the AI is moving at the speed that we have not perhaps seen before. It is just an extraordinary speed. So the mindset, then you have to think about what does that mean for a CEO? What does it mean for all of us, really, in our own job? So that one mindset has to be, I need to move faster. Right? That's one thing. And why am I not moving faster? What are the processes, the bureaucracy that is hindering us, or resistance to change? So I think that's the first part. The second part is that we all have to have a growth mindset, which means that what I did before, it's not enough. I need to be able to learn and upskill myself. And so how do I do that? What is the openness to new things? It takes me out of my comfort zone. What have you been practicing in 10 years are you really good at? Now you need to sort of push yourself to new frontiers. I always think of that as a beginner's mindset. What is I'm starting off from scratch. I don't know what it is, but I can acquire it. So I think that's the second thing. And I think there's a third thing. You have to disrupt yourself. I'm going to talk about that later this afternoon. When it comes to AI, it's easy to say, I don't want AI to take my job. What you have to look at is to say, what are the tasks that my job consists of? And where can AI help me? And where can it substitute my thing? And that's a hard thing because, I'm really good at, say, interviewing candidates for a job. But if AI can do that almost as good, I don't feel comfortable, giving up something I'm good at. But eventually you have to, that's what I mean by disrupting yourself.
So if leaders are coming to terms with that and preparing for that, we know we're still probably going to need human leaders. But how do you prepare your team for that?
So that's why I think you have to sort of teach these things. We've got to move faster. We need to have a growth mindset. And you need to sort of start talking about what does it mean to disrupt yourself. If I'm a leader of the HR and I have a recruiting team, we know there's so many recruiting tools out there already that are really good and getting better every month. So how are we going to use them? And it's a very difficult leadership challenge because people are, and rightly so, are fearful that I am implementing AI tools in recruiting, for example, and then I'm afraid that the next quarter, you're just going to fire me because you don't need me anymore because I made myself obsolete. And so it's a very difficult leadership challenge to do. But I think you have to engage people in the dialogue as opposed to just imposing it on people.
Do you have any good examples that have happened over the past couple of years as we've seen AI tools become much more mainstream? Any companies that have done it well?
I think there are many companies that are doing some of it well. IBM in recruiting, for example, they have been using a lot of these tools, and I think they have done a really good job. I work at Apple, and at Apple, there's a difference in these tools between augmentation and automation. Augmentation means that I'm using it as a co-pilot. I'm helping me do a better job. Automation means the tool will do everything, and I'm not there anymore. And in augmentation, I think we have seen the best results so far. And for example, there's a tool out there called Textio. It helps you write better job specifications when you send them out. And so that is not biased, that is well written, and so on. It gives you that feedback. That's augmentation. Automation means that it writes this job spec for you. And that's where we see a lot of bad stuff. I think some of these tools are actually overused. I don't know if you have done video interviewing, meaning that you show up in a room and there is not another person on the other side. There is an algorithm on the other side. And it's doing you a video interviewing and you're inputting your stuff. And then, at the end of it, okay, I did an interview with a robot, basically. And then you think that there's going to be a human watching you afterwards to make a determination. No, there's often an algorithm that is scoring your interview and spitting you either out or getting you further. Those processes are often abused. They're not as good as it used to be. So I think one has to be very careful about overusing these.
Well, that's an interesting one because some of the people behind those technologies argue that they mitigate for things like unconscious bias and and gut feelings that can come from those processes. So there's different sides to this.
And many times they do, and sometimes they don't. They actually, there's a terrific book out there if you're interested in this sort of part of it. Is called The Algorithm. And it talks about particularly recruiting as an example, where the algorithm is trained on previous employees that, for example, can be mostly, say, men in this example and not women. So inadvertently, it's actually favoring men, even though we think it is supposed to be objective. So you have to be really careful. So I think one has to use these tools with caution, at least for the time being.
Yeah. Let's talk a bit more about some of the common threads of how the best leaders navigate through these kind of changes, figuring out which technology to use, figuring out how to get the right teams together. And you've written about this in your book, Great by Choice with Jim Collins, which came out a while ago. But what's relevant, do you think, still about the research and the key results from that?
Right. So Jim Collins and I wrote the book Great by Choice as a follow-on to Jim's earlier book called Good to Great, which a lot of people know. And in Good to Great, people were saying, okay, you tell us how companies go from good to great, but what about industries that are really turbulent, full of change, full of uncertainty, where you can get wiped out because there is a change coming and you don't see it? You don't really study that in Good to Great. So Jim and I said, okay, that's a great question. It's a great criticism. Let's go and study it. And so Great by Choice is a study of companies that did really great in a world full of change. And I think that's exactly the world we live in. So I think it's even more relevant today than before because it is easy to say, the world today is different. But there are actually industries that have lived this world for many years. Take software, semiconductor, airlines. These are really, really turbulent industries for the last 3 decades. So in that sense, I think it's still relevant.
So what metrics or KPIs can businesses and leaders use to measure their effectiveness when it comes to adopting and integrating these new technologies and feeling like they're guiding their teams on the right path?
Right. So great finding and great by choice was, okay, so you're in an industry where there is fast technology change. Things are happening fast. And so then the temptation as a leader is to say, we need to move as fast as the changes in the industry. And that turns out to be dead wrong. Because a mistake you can make is that you're just trying to catch up with every change there is. And what happens is that have no consistency. You're just blowing with the wind. This year the market is moving in this direction and we follow that. The next year is moving in this direction, we follow that. What you need as a leader is to have a deeper understanding of the long-term trends and not just going to the short-term fads. And I think AI technology is a little bit of a short-term fad. And so let's just adopt all the tools, because that's what everyone else is doing today. And you risk doing something wrong. So we mentioned these recruiting tools. Let's adopt all of them. And it turns out that you now have a worse recruiting process than you had before. And so that's what I mean, you be cautious about sort of the long-term strategy.
So briefly, what would you incorporate into a risk mitigation strategy?
So what we found in Good to Great by Choice as an example is, you need to set a key markers that are important for your business, like 1, 2, 3, and then you need to stick to them and try to do them in good times and bad. Give an example. So one of the most successful airline in the US history is Southwest Airlines. Right now they have some problems, but for decades they've been incredible. They said to themselves, for us to dominate the US market, we are very small, we're going to open 4 new cities every year. 4. That was the marker. Good times, 4, not 20. Bad years, competition to do 0. How many do we do? 4. Right? That long-term consistency. You do 4 every year, and then you wake up one year and you have dominated the market. That's what I think you need. You need to figure out the KPI. That's been one example.
Okay. And very briefly, last question. We're going to be focusing a bit more on talent development with our next guests.
Yeah.
So what do you think is the biggest challenge when it comes to developing Gen Z leaders?
Gen Z specifically.
Yeah.
Some of my research suggests that the biggest challenge you have as a leader is they are asking for work where they feel passion, and they're asking for work where they feel a sense of purpose, meaning, contributions beyond themselves, contribution to something larger than they're saying profitability. So as a leader, to develop that talent, you need to find ways that they can work on things that gives them passion and purpose, and not sort of dreadful, trivial work, which is often required. So talent development means to find activities where they have both passion and purpose. And that's no easy task.
No.
But you also need to understand what they're passionate about and what they're purposeful. And that, I think, is the direction you need to go.
Great summary. Thank you very much for joining us here, Morten Hansen.
Oh, thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
And as I said, that sets us up for our next round of guests who will be coming up in a couple of hours' time. We'll be talking to Adam Grant and Liz Wiseman, focusing more on talent development. We'll also be hearing from the CEO of Finland's biggest postal service. In the meantime, the main stage agenda is kicking off, so please do join that, and we'll see you here again very soon. Hello and welcome back to the HS Visio Live Studio here at Nordic Business Forum 2024. For any of you who weren't here earlier, my name's Maddy Savage. I'm your host here in this studio over the next 2 days. And essentially, whenever there's a break from the main stage, we're here with some fantastic guests. I'll be doing one-to-one interviews with some of the event's keynote speakers. We've also got people passing through from the worlds of tech, business, and education to keep us all entertained. Now, I think most of you have got the hang of the event's app by now, but we would love those of you who haven't sent in questions yet to do so. So open the Brella app, head to the Q&A section, and you can write anything you would like anonymously to any of our speakers here. And you can also do that by heading to the platform Slido if you prefer. So just paste into your browser slido.com, and then the code is nbforum 2024. So hello to those of you on the live stream, and also great to see lots of you here using some of your networking time to join us as well. So great to see those of you here in Helsinki too. All right, so let's welcome the first of our 3 guests for this section. They're all going to be focusing on different aspects of talent development. And this guest needs very little introduction. Most of you will have seen him on the main stage. It is Adam Grant, who's going to be talking to us about how to cultivate a culture of continuous growth. Please give him leadership author Adam Grant a very warm welcome to the HS Visio Live stage. Welcome. Good to have you here. Busy day for you. So we're going to focus in this section on continuous growth. Everyone knows it's important, but it can feel quite exhausting, especially after the last few years of rapid digitalization, AI, the pandemic. How can leaders continue to cultivate and excite their staff to feel that they want to grow?
Well, actually, one of my favorite examples comes from a Finnish entrepreneur, Ville Hotu. He started a company called Vincent. And he gives employees the chance to be CEO for a day. So anyone can apply. He chooses, I think, 1 per month. And they get to spend a day making decisions that they think would be best for the organization. It's been a wonderful way to unlock leadership potential in the organization and also to see new ideas that he would have never considered. And I would love to see more companies experiment with that.
Yeah, do you know of any of the experiments that turned into tangible changes?
Yeah, actually, one of his most successful CEO for the Day initiatives was somebody who said, you know what, a missing perk here is access to house cleaning. We should really have that, and they found that it was much more valuable than many of the other ways they were trying to attract and retain people.
Wow, so stay at this company and you get free cleaning?
Apparently.
Wow, never heard of that. Very interesting. So what are the best questions that leaders can ask? Maybe it's not appropriate for every company to get people jumping into those leadership roles, but how can you prompt the right questions so that employees feel empowered to talk about their growth and the growth of the business?
Well, I think the Nordic world is leading the way on this. One of my favorite Norwegian leaders, Anita Krantz-Troseth, pioneered this when she was at HP Norway, and then later leading the Norwegian government's innovation initiative. She said, I want to drive major change, but I don't have a lot of time. How do I do this? And she started a Speed Date the Boss initiative. So she took her new job, and she had over 600 speed dates with people at different levels of her organization. And she asked them just a few questions. Number 1, what's working? Number 2, what's not? And number 3, what would you change? And then what's really nice about having a few hundred of those conversations is you can start to see common themes and patterns.
Yeah.
And she was able then to work on the ideas that mattered most and pursue opportunities for growth that would benefit many people as opposed to just one person's complaint.
When you say it like that, it sounds so simple. Those questions are so obvious. So why are so many leaders hesitant to ask about what's going wrong or what could we do better?
I think sometimes we're afraid of creating extra work for ourselves, right? We already have too much on our plates, so we're hesitant. But ironically, in the long run, avoiding problems just creates more of them, and it prevents you from solving your old ones. So I think there's probably just a little bit of a zooming out that needs to happen to say, okay, yes, this might increase my load in the short term, but in the long term, it's going to put me in a better position to be able to tackle the very issues that I learn about.
Yeah, so I guess it's up to leaders to manage their time and for organizations to give leaders the space to have some wiggle room to not just be doing tasks, but to be thinking about this bigger picture.
I think so. I also think there are ways to make it more efficient. I've seen a couple of organizations in the US, Warby Parker and Bridgewater are 2 good examples, that actually have, you know, the old idea of a suggestion box. They've created problem boxes. They say anytime you see something's broken in the company, whether it's a technical bug or a management bug or a culture bug, submit that. And then they have leaders review the problems that are submitted, vote on how important they are. And then if you want to work on one of the highly rated problems, you can make it part of your job to do that. You get a team and resources behind you. Guess what? That's not a lot of time for leaders. It's a great way to figure out what's broken and then who's motivated and able to fix it.
Yeah, really interesting example. The other thing I want to touch on a little bit is generational differences. Do you think Gen Z are more open to continuous growth than older managers? Is there any research on this?
Yeah, my read of the evidence is that we should be skeptical about generational claims. There's a psychologist, Jean Twenge, who's, I think, done some of the most rigorous research on generational differences. And she says, look, it's not enough to just survey people of different generations. Because when you do, you don't know whether any difference that emerges is due to generation, the birth cohort they come from, versus age and life experience. The way she teases those things apart is she actually looks at surveys done of every generation at the same life stage. So you look at 18-year-olds and 20-year-olds and 21-year-olds from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. When you do that exercise, it turns out that age differences swamp generational differences. It's not even close. If you look at, for example, millennial entitlement, that's not millennial. It's young people entitlement. Everyone
Millennials
tends
aren't
to
that
be,
young anymore, sorry.
Sorry. Now it's a Gen Z question.
I am a
but,
millennial.
I'm like at the very edge of Gen X, so I'm like, yeah, millennial, no. It turns out that every generation was a little bit more self-centered and a little bit more narcissistic in their early 20s than they are as they gain responsibility at work and home through their 30s and 40s. And so I think when somebody makes a generational claim, it's worth asking, is this really unique to the 10 or 20-year birth range that they happen to come from? Or is this actually just something that's true about people at this point in life?
Do you think too much of a focus has been made on how to coach different generations, how to navigate these differences or potential differences?
I do. I will say the one difference I have seen with my students, because I get to see 21-year-olds and 26 to 28-year-olds year after year, and I've been doing that for 2 decades now. The one thing that is clear is there seems to be a spike in self-expression and maybe slightly lower concern for social approval than there was before. And what that means is whatever ideas and opinions are held by younger people, they're more likely to come out. And the conversation I've had with my students, I think, is a similar conversation to one that's helpful for leaders to have with their young employees, which is, I want to hear all your ideas. That does not mean I'm going to act on all of them. I want you to have a say. That does not mean you're going to get your way.
Yeah.
And I think setting that expectation is upfront is much better than trying to manage the aftershocks of ignoring people's complaints.
Yeah. So if you are a younger employee with ideas, how best can you navigate putting those ideas forward in a way that's not going to frustrate your manager?
Well, I think the first rule of speaking up is to highlight why this is going to benefit the organization, not just why you think it would be good. I think that's often overlooked. And then I would try to really understand what are the problems that the leader is facing that your point of view would actually help solve. So instead of creating more chaos, what's the value that I'm offering to the people above me? And if I can make that front and center, there's a little bit more openness. The other thing I would say is, I think people overlook that you don't always have to sell your ideas. Sometimes you can actually enlist support by seeking advice. So Maddy, advice seeking is, for me, the most underrated influence strategy. If I have an idea that I want you to adopt and you're my boss or my boss's boss, I come to you and I say, I have this idea I'm excited about. I'm worried that people aren't going to give it a chance or they're going to shoot it down prematurely. I know you're great at getting ideas heard around here and people really listen to you. What guidance can you offer me? When I seek your advice, 3 things tend to happen. 1, I've just flattered you. You're like, wow, you're a genius. You knew to come to me. 2, I've invited you to walk in my shoes and take my perspective, which leads to usually some empathy. And 3, I've actually given you some ownership. You will give me suggestions that are yours, and so you're more likely then to want to adopt them. And the research on this suggests that if you ask for advice, it's a good way to take an adversary and turn them into an advocate, as long as you are genuinely interested in learning from them and you're not just trying to manipulate them.
Yeah, really interesting. Adam asked me, how can we make this a great session, just before we went on stage.
I did
and we
ask
discussed
you that.
it. So you're putting your own ideas into action.
Well, you also gave great advice. You said short answers, but you were looking for practical examples. I'm like, oh, that's the task? I can do that. Okay.
But not everyone listens to advice. I actually want to give a little...
I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Not everybody...
No, just kidding. I couldn't resist.
I wanted to give you to share with our audience a quote from your book, Think Again, which says, when people ignore advice, it isn't always because they disagree with it. Sometimes they're resisting the sense of pressure and the feeling that someone else is controlling their decision. So you gave us some examples, really, of how you can make it not seem like that.
Yeah.
Which I think is a good tool. But in particular, again, we talked about age, and you're saying let's not make too many generational generalizations. But if you have got tech-savvy younger colleagues that have adopted tools quicker than older colleagues who are maybe tired of learning new things, how can those younger colleagues promote change against that kind of backdrop of, oh, we've already changed so much?
Okay, a couple thoughts. First, I think this is an opportunity for reverse mentoring, where senior people ought to go to junior people and say, teach me. Right, to help me understand, like, what is Snapchat? I still don't know, by the way. My kids refuse to help me with it, but I aspire to learn it. Patrice Gordon wrote a whole book on reverse mentoring about how to do this well. Secondly, I think that I love an exercise that Michael Beer and Russ Eisenstadt created. They wrote an HBR article years ago on how to have an honest conversation about your strategy. And the process they created, I think, is relevant to any kind of change. What they do is they gather senior leaders and they say, we want you to identify 10 rising stars at lower levels of the organization, people who you think in 20 or 30 years could be the future leaders of this company. Send those rising stars on a 2-week fact-finding mission. They can do anything they want to gather facts. They can observe. They can do interviews. They can survey people. They can do job rotations and try out different roles. At the end of the 2 weeks, they report back in a fishbowl where senior leaders are not allowed to talk. They actually have to sit there and hear all the observations. And then at that point, you create a task force to try to figure out what are we going to do with what the junior people have observed. And what I think is really clever about this is that the senior leaders are choosing people they really admire and respect. So they're much less likely to get defensive or dismissive, and much more likely then to want to run with what they hear.
Okay, really interesting insights. I would like to go to a question which kind of taps into what happens if the person suggesting ideas is narcissistic. So this person says, how do you deal with narcissistic talent in your team? Let me go to that next.
Don't. Cut your losses immediately. You know what? I think that narcissists are the most toxic members of most organizations, and it's much easier to take somebody who lacks skill and teach them to be good at their job than it is to take a narcissist and teach them to care about others. So I would seriously consider abandoning that relationship if you have the authority to do it. If you don't, what do you do?
It's harder to sack people in the Nordics.
I understand, and yet you have an employment safety net that makes it much easier for people to get back on their feet if they do lose their job. But what do you do if you can't get rid of them? Or if you believe there's hope of changing? Best example I've seen was in a financial services organization. A woman named Kathy, can I tell you a quick story? So a woman named Kathy got a big promotion. She's told she's going to be leading a new team with this guy that today I will call Colin, because that's his name. Bunch of people tell Kathy, do not trust Colin. He's going to steal credit for your ideas. He's going to stab you in the back. Huge taker, watch out. And Kathy does something that few of us have the courage to do. She sits down in their first one-on-one, and she says, hey, Colin, I understand we're going to be leading a new team together, and I just wanted to let you know this is what I've heard about you. She shares all the reputational feedback.
Wow.
Colin's response is priceless. He's like, I don't know who you've been talking to, but clearly all these people are jealous of me. I'm like, thank you, Colin, for confirming you're a narcissist. You think everyone envies you? Inflated ego, definitely. Kathy says, Colin, honestly, I don't know whether it's true or not. I don't know you. I've never worked with you. But I hope it's not true, because I do not work with people who operate that way well. And if this is who you are not going to like working with me. And Colin changes his stripes. For the next year and a half, he shares credit. He volunteers for unpopular projects. He mentors junior people. I think what Kathy did was she made his reputation visible to him. And she challenged him to earn a new one. And this, I think, is your saving grace working with a narcissist. They want to be admired. They want to have a positive image. So if you can hold up a mirror and show them that their behavior is jeopardizing their reputation, they have an incentive to change.
Yeah. Great answer. Great question as well. I don't know who sent that in.
Love that
Unfortunately,
question.
we've run out of time, Adam, but thank you so much for joining us here on the HS Visio Live Studio.
Thank you for having me. Thanks, everyone.
By the way, if you are enjoying today's content, we would love it if you shared it on your socials using the hashtag nbforum 2024. Do share the moments, the questions, and the speakers that you've loved the most and why. So next up, we're going to be continuing with our strand of talent development, and the focus is going to be on caring leadership. Our next guest is from Posti Group, which operates postal services here in Finland, as well as around the Nordics and Baltics. He's currently a Senior Vice President for e-commerce and delivery services for Posti Group. Please welcome Arttu Holmerus. Welcome.
Thank you.
So we're here to talk about caring leadership. Let's start with me asking how you define that. What does that mean to you?
Well, that's for us. Caring leadership has been a big topic for the last 5 years. If I kind of give some background on the company, I mean, we employ more than 17,000 people, operate in 5 different countries, and 5 years ago, events took place that were connected to the company that ultimately led to the resignation of the Finnish Prime Minister even. And the people of Posti were in the middle of that episode, if I call it that. And it was clear that the distance between the people in the field and the leadership in the company was way too huge. So we were looking at the statistics of our employee net promoter score, and those were clearly negative. So most of our people came to work feeling frustrated or even annoyed. I had just started to work in the company during that time, and we decided that we need to change the way we lead. And caring leadership was one of the big tools for us. We in fact asked the more than 900 people leaders we have in the company. It's a service business, so our people need to every day basically repeat the same tasks to meet our clients' and customers' expectations. So the feedback we got was that we asked them, that, what do you think caring leadership is? The answers were really simple and you could say kind of common sense. Just show trust, empathy, listen, be present, show appreciation, ask for feedback, give feedback. Even just say hello when people come to work, or goodbye when they leave the workplace.
Seems very simple. Why was it not working before, or why do you think so many other companies don't embody this tool?
Well, I believe it's so easy to kind of talk the talk, but it's much more harder to really walk the walk when you are kind of a big group of people like we are. Of course, one can go after what we call in the leadership team the excuse of culture. We actually made a decision in the leadership team to stop using culture as an excuse for anything that's happening in the company. It's up to us to work with everybody in Posti to change the workplace. So we invited the people leaders on a journey, on a training program, to help them better understand what do we expect to happen in the workplace, what type of behaviors we expect. Perhaps we've had in the past too much focus on the what, too little on the how. And I dare to say from my personal view that we had a lot of behaviors in the workplace that were just unacceptable, to be honest. But maybe the stepping in is the hard part.
Yeah.
It's so easy to look the other way when you see behaviors around you that you should not accept. It's much more harder to really create a culture where even the kind of operations managers feel that they have the mandate to kind of expect certain behaviors.
What sorts of behaviors were you noticing?
Well, back then we saw all kinds of unhealthy behaviors. So people were not kind of maybe listened to. We had work safety topics that were not taken as seriously as they should have been. I actually remember a discussion with one of our employee representatives who told me that it doesn't make any sense for you to bring any new processes, technology, or ways of working to these certain sites if people are being shouted at on the shop floor. So that was something we just started to systematically reduce and kind of create these lighthouses, people who kind of show the behaviors that we want to see in the workplace and reward them more. And of course, we kind of applied this three-step principle of coach. Of course, always you need to coach people first. Then you can move to another position if the people leader position is not for you. And then the final is to go. That maybe is not the workplace for everyone.
Yeah. So what tangible shifts have you noticed? How long did it take to see, actually, the culture's different now?
Well, I mean, to be honest, this is a marathon, and we are only in the beginning. While we worked on this topic 4 or 5 years already, it's clear that it's a long way to go to do changes in this. But if I just look at statistics, if we think about our employee net promoter score, which was heavily negative 5 years ago, now we are actually clearly positive, especially in our operations organizations. So we can see the metrics improving. But not only that, when we see kind of employee net promoter score going up and the engagement scores going up in certain sites or operations, we also see productivity increase, and then we see safety matters being in better hands as well. So less accidents, a safer workplace to work as well.
Interesting. And for anyone that is engaged or interested in the impact of job satisfaction and happiness on productivity, we're actually going to be talking about that in a lot more detail with our first panel of guests tomorrow morning. Let's talk a little bit more about the internationalization of the business. So you're working in a range of different countries now. The business has spread. How do you try and give people the sense that they're all in the same boat, that they're part of one organization, even though it's quite spread out and managed a bit differently in different locations?
Yeah, the company has had a history of different types of kind of, you could say, business explorations and M&A transactions as well. Previously, maybe some of our integration processes, particularly with people, have not been that strict, you could say. Then actually today we have announced that all of the Posti businesses are moving under the same Posti brand umbrella. So previously our Swedish business had a different brand, then we had a different brand for the B2B logistics in Finland, and also our Baltic business still used a very old employer brand called Itella. So today we actually are moving all these brands together, or starting a process for that. And of course, one could say that brand doesn't change anything itself, right? But of course, it matters if people can connect to the same logo, the same jersey, they play for the same team, and then you can apply the same leadership principles, expected behaviors in the workplace as well. So we actually believe that this will be a big step for us to create a better culture in the international markets especially, so that they feel they're part of the mothership in Finland.
Yeah. I guess another aspect of that side of branding, though, fits into the growing competition in your sphere. You need to get noticed because there are so many more postal services delivery operators now. So what role does talent development play in trying to stay ahead of the competition?
I mean, this is one of our biggest priorities. So obviously, again, we're not producing any products that we can put on stock somewhere to be sold. We produce services by people every day that need to be repeated without any errors or meeting the service levels of our expectations of our customers. So people are in the heart of all of our operations. Now we're actually putting a lot of focus in training all these 900 people leaders in the group. And put that in context, there's a lot of companies in Finland that have less overall employees than we have just people leaders. Now we've trained around half of them, and we aim to train all of them by the end of the year. And I guess for us, the shift truly has been to really not focus too much on the what, just focus on the how. That we have good people there leading our operations, leading people, and then that will radiate goodness or good results in the performance metrics as well. And so far we have really been seeing that progress.
Yeah, I mean, playing devil's advocate, there could still be some that argue, well, if you've got your performance objectives, you've got your KPIs, sometimes you're going to need to to still be tougher. You don't want to compromise on high standards because you're trying to be caring. So how do you think you're going to get that balance right?
Yeah, I know that I recognize that point of view, and to me, it's if I'm brutally honest, I think it's a bit old school to think that way. I think being a caring leader or applying caring leadership in the workplace definitely does not mean that you could not achieve hard business results at the same time. And also, it's important to recognize that being a caring leader doesn't mean that you accept everything, that it's just, allowing too many things. And it's also a lot about stepping in and acting when you do need to act to kind of prevent some certain behaviors in the workplace as well. So I think this culture of allowing too much, looking the other way, is something that large organizations really need to pay attention to, especially when it comes to a business like ours, where we are scattered around in multiple different operation sites across the countries.
And what about the fact that you're spread out, different cultures, different nationalities, different areas? Does that affect how caring leadership is perceived? Or do you need to slightly adapt the way you demonstrate caring leadership in different regions?
I mean, it's a great question. Of course, there's a few. Well, I can give a few practical examples of what we have done and what I have personally done as well. Well, first of all, if you talk about a group of people that's 900, it's always best to get the people in the same room, right? So then everybody can hear the same story, and then they can participate in the process. And that was an important element for us, that we really involve our leaders in this process. And we actually decided to not talk about employees even, we talk about colleagues in Posti. Everybody's a colleague, so that kind of tunes the mindset of our people leaders to the right channel, so to say. So we started inviting them, putting them together, letting them work, letting them tell us how they think we should actually lead. And even then, my other example is something practical I did myself. So I looked at we have the engagement scores through all the employees. We actually have a very high response rate. More than 80% of employees actually do answer. And I take the kind of highest performers and mix them together with a group of people who have improved the most but are not yet there as a high performer. Put them together, arrange lunch meetings, 3-course lunches for these people, invite them from across the countries or the geographies in Posti to meet somewhere. It doesn't have to be the headquarters, just to eat and listen.
Yeah.
And I just sit there in silence, listening to our best leaders and the potential best leaders to share when they share how they see things. It's eye-opening to really spend time with people who kind of truly know what's going on in the organization.
Yeah, love that idea. Thank you so much for joining us here. Artur Holmeres, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we're going to hear more from the main stage speaker just before this break, Liz Wiseman. She gave a talk about geniuses earlier and how to inspire using your team's intelligence and different aspects of leadership. She's going to be joining us now to share some more of her experiences. She's done research in California. She's been a CEO coach for people all over the world. So please welcome her to the HS Visio Live stage, Liz Wiseman. Welcome. Great to have you here. I would like to start by talking a little bit about friction within teams and how to deal with smart employees who don't click with one another. How can you bring their brains together in the best way?
Okay, so when you've got a lot of smart people, you're either going to find collective brilliance or you are going to create that kind of friction. And I think what I've seen leaders do that creates the first is they create public, demonstrable appreciation for each person's intelligence. One of the ideas I talked about was this idea of natural or native genius. And when leaders understand that maybe not everyone in the world is a genius, but that everyone has brilliance and intelligence, it sets this tone for each person bringing unique genius. So instead of like a competition of who's the smartest, it's like, well, this person brings this analytical capability. This person is a critic. This person is a connector. This person's a bridge builder. This person unpacks problems. This person synthesizes. And teams where each person's unique genius is recognized not just by their leader, but by the whole team, you get collective brilliance rather than friction.
How can you mediate if you enter a team as a leader and you see that that friction's already there? It's much harder to make a change sometimes, isn't it, when things have been going on for a while, rather than if you come in fresh and a whole team comes in fresh.
You know, this idea of talking about people's native genius, I've seen leaders do it when they come into teams and they're new or there's problems. It's one of the first 90-day exercises, and it just sets a very different tone of we're going to appreciate what each person brings. So I would say do this as a team, as a collective, from the beginning of one's tenure in an organization.
Okay.
Every group. So I'm from California, where we are prone to what I might call hippie thinking. And when I first heard from a reader of multipliers that they did this as a team, even for a Californian, I thought this was pretty hippie, pretty out there. And I decided to try it with some groups. Every group that I've ever done this with or have heard do it, they say it's the best thing they've ever done as a team.
Okay.
Give it a try.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people will be inspired to do that. You've said it's possible for a leader to be a multiplier in some areas, but a diminisher in others. Tell us a little bit more about how you can identify your blind spots here as a leader.
Yeah, you know, I think part of the challenge of leadership is that we tend to get clouded by our good intentions. And it is human nature that we judge other people by their impact and their actions, and we judge ourselves by our best intentions. And I think to be a really good leader, what you have to do is close this gap between intention and impact. For some leaders, they might just be exposed to the concepts and go, oh, I can see my diminishing ways. Like sometimes just the word idea fountain or rescuer.
I love that. I could see myself being the person in the car that was just surrounded by ideas, and it was too much.
And you know, just a few minutes ago in our main session, I'm watching people go, oh, that's me. I do this, and that's part of it. But to really understand the impact you're having on others, you've got to hear from others. And you know, for years, Maddy, I thought the best leaders put their energy into developing their leadership skills. And what I have found is that the leaders who build this culture of collective brilliance, this multiplier culture, aren't the leaders who focus their energy on even developing as a leader. What they do is they talk so openly about their accidental diminisher tendencies that people stop them from diminishing. So, you know, if I talk openly, if we work together and I say, you know what, I'm a rescuer, I don't like to see people fail or struggle. If I'm stepping in the final hour because I'm nervous that you or someone isn't going to get it done, if everyone knows that I'm a rescuer and people actually tease me and even laugh about this, what it does is it gives people I guess Amy Edmondson would call it the psychological safety to say, hey, Liz, I don't need help. I've got this.
Yeah.
And I'm going to get this done. And to push back. And what I think I've learned is that the people who are most motivated for you to be a good leader is not the CEO, it's not HR, it's not me. It's the people who work for you are the ones that are most motivated, and they will help you be a good leader.
Yeah, really interesting. I actually had a quote here from some of your work where you said, I think one of the most courageous things a leader can do is to admit also what they don't know. And you've seen this behavior change organizations. So on the one hand, it's saying, I know I've got these tendencies, but also admitting there's some things I don't know. That transparency.
Yeah, and you know, it could be admitting things you can't see. Like, oh, this was my intent, but I can't really see the impact. And I think that opens you up to feedback, and also admitting that in a world of a lot of uncertainty, the leaders don't know, they don't have the answers. I had this one experience. This was when I was at Oracle, and I was working for Oracle's chief financial officer, and I was working very closely with the president, the chief financial officer, the chief technology officer, and we are working to recast the strategy for the business globally. We're about a $40 billion company at the time. And these three executives just were not, from my perspective, they weren't understanding that our strategy was not clear enough. It wasn't compelling enough. And I'm trying to help them see that the 50,000 employees around the world are confused. And I will never forget this moment, because the chief financial officer, who was my boss, he kind of just blurted out, he's like, Liz, you can stop beating us up. Like, we understand that there's a problem. And then he said, we don't know how to do this. And I thought, to do what? To communicate the strategy? And he goes, we've never run an organization this complex. These three executives are running a $40 billion global company. And he said, I've never set the strategy for a $40 billion company. And he turned to the president and he said, have you ever run a $40 billion company? And the president's like, no. And he turned to the chief technology officer. He said, how about you? And he's like, no. Like, I joined this company when it was still small. And he said, we've never done this before. And he said, but if you could help us figure out how to do this, that would be really helpful. And these were three really fine executives, and it was this incredibly powerful moment when they said, like, we don't know how to do this. I'm like, oh, well, I can help you, like, figure out how to craft a strategy and shape that. And I brought in, this Dr. C.K. Prahalad from the, University of Michigan, and I helped them learn how to do this. And it was a turning point for the whole company. And I think we expect our executives to have answers to questions they can't possibly have answers to. And I think the best, really most powerful leaders are ones who can say, I'm learning this too. And they piece together the intelligence of the group.
I'm really interested in how gender might play into this, because if you're a woman climbing the ranks, maybe there's even more of a feeling that I don't want to admit what I don't know, or I'm already competing, or I'm already trying to do more to sort of prove my worth here. Is that anything that's come out in your research?
Well, I think it is. I think women feel a lot more pressure to have answers. Now, I had done some research on this for a book I wrote called Rookie Smarts, and we know that we are at our best when we don't know and we're learning, but that doesn't mean we want to go into a situation and project like naivete. Like, I don't know, I don't have a clue. And that doesn't engender a lot of confidence when our executives go, gee, I don't know. What do you think? And I think the tone to establish, I call it intelligent learner. And my friend Adam Grant, he has a different name for it. And he mentioned this to me last night. And it's like a humble confidence is maybe the term that he uses. And I think that's the tone to take, which is, okay, here's what I know, here's what I can do, and you start from that and say, but this piece is new, so this is the part where I'm like learning and I want to know, but you don't want to project naivete, but you also don't want to project kind of a know-it-all, like an intelligent learner.
Yeah. You mentioned that you saw people in the audience seeing themselves either as leaders or employees. I think we've got a question from a perfectionist. They have said, how do you overcome perfectionism as a leader? Should you settle for good enough even when you see room for improvement?
I think this is about picking your battles. Like, we need perfectionists in our organization. We need people with really high standards. Not everything needs to be done to that level of perfectionism. And I think a leader is wise if they can separate what I call the freeways. Does that translate?
A motorway?
A motorway.
Yeah.
The motorways are autobahns from the playgrounds. And in almost every operation, whether you are in a manufacturing organization, a hospitality organization, if you are a surgeon, there are parts of the work that have to be done exactly right, and they need to be done perhaps perfectly, where there's a fiduciary responsibility. Those are the motorways. And that's where we need some of that perfectionism. But then in virtually every piece of work, there are the playgrounds where we can get things wrong, we can experiment, where it doesn't need to be done perfectly. And if you've got perfectionist tendencies, one of the most powerful things you can do as a leader is to separate the motorways from the playgrounds. It does two things. It lets your team know where they can experiment and recover the playgrounds. And it also lets them know where you might step in and be a little bit more heavy-handed. And it helps you separate this. I heard from, he was a partner in a law firm. And he said, oh, lawyers, we're like trained perfectionists. And he said, when I became partner of this law firm, he had recently read Multipliers. He said, I made the most important decision in my career as a partner. He said, I decided I would only correct people's work if it was legally inaccurate.
Wow.
He said, I can't let legally inaccurate advice go out to our clients. He said, that I correct, I perfect. Everything else, he said, I let it go. If I could have said it better, described it better, he said, I've just let it go. And he said, I think it's made all the difference for our firm. I think we all have to do some version of that. Like, what am I going to correct and perfect, and what am I going to let go?
Yeah, brilliant. All right, well, we are slowly running out of time, or quickly running out of time, I should say, but it's been great to have you here on the HS Visio live stage. Thank you very much for joining us, Liz Wiseman.
Thank you.
All right, I hope you enjoyed that latest round of guests. We'll be back in around 90 minutes' time. That's 4:20 Finnish local time with our next session, which is all about how to optimize customer experience. We'll be hearing from a restaurateur and an academic and an investor. So do stay with us for that. And please share your stories of customer experience on social media on the hashtag nbforum 2024. We'll see you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the HS Visio live stage at Nordic Business Forum. I'm still Maddy Savage. The main topic of the day is still courageous leadership, but here we like to mix things up a bit with some different subtopics. We've already talked about tech trends, we've delved into talent development, and now we're going to be looking at customer experience. We all know that it's important to drive brand loyalty, but what are the secrets to a fantastic strategy? Well, joining us ahead of his appearance on the main stage is an author, an investor, and an entrepreneur. Please welcome Stephen van Belleghem. Hello. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good to have you here. So, we're going to get some insights on customer experience, and one of the things you'll be talking about a little bit later, I think, is how having a great product is not enough. And it feels like we should all know this by now, but it's still a common mistake that companies make, that they focus too much on the product rather than the experience. How common is it, and why?
It's very common. I mean, it's so easy to focus just on the product. This is something you can control yourself. We're going to improve the product. We're going to come up with another feature. And a product is important, of course, but it's only half of the equation. If you look to what people really value, so if you go to the essence of customer experience, there are basically two things. They want you to deliver what you promise. So good product, good service, clear communication. But the second dimension is, how does it make people feel if they work with you? And for many people, especially if you have a technical background, the make you feel part is a little bit more scary. But what you see in research is that today for a customer, product quality and the experience have the same value, so they both matter as much.
Do you have any good examples of companies that have maybe learned it the hard way but managed to turn things around?
I think that Chewy, do you know Chewy?
No, tell us the
Chewy is
story.
like the largest pet store in the US. It's a fantastic example. They basically started in a very traditional way, selling pet food to pet owners. But then they understood, it's a pet, and people are not a pet owner, they're a pet parent. Because if an animal dies, people are extremely sad, so that's very emotionally. What if we start to work on that emotion as well, and not just send food to people's home? So, for instance, if you would buy food from them, and imagine a week after that your dog dies, and you let them know, then they will send you a message that you can keep the food, give it to a shelter or a friend, we will refund you. The day after that, you will get flowers and a handwritten card, and a little oil painting that they made from your animal, because usually they can find pictures on social media.
Wow.
To make you feel good and to show that they really care and understand your emotions. And this will not be a random act of kindness. This is more a structural act of kindness. So they have a team of oil painters. They send out about 1,000 of those oil paintings every week to their customers. So it's part of who they are. And it's a fantastic example because e-commerce and selling stuff online is so transactional, but they figured out a way how to add emotion to that.
Yeah, even if you're probably not going to go out and find or buy a new pet the next day after your animal's passed away. So even knowing that it might take some time before somebody feels ready to do that, that's a really interesting example. You mentioned e-commerce, and obviously the digital interface or digital interfaces when it comes to customer experience are a bit different to physical interfaces. What would you say the main differences are when it comes to providing the best customer experience online compared to the physical world?
Well, I think you always have to focus on the benefit for the customer, and then reverse engineer it, and figure out what kind of technology do we need to make that happen. And the real benefits that you can create with technology are faster than real time. Solving problems before there is a problem, anticipating to things. Hyper-personalization, it's not about the average customer, but you can really do something for the individual customer. And making life more convenient for people so that they save time, maybe save money, save energy, 3 scarce resources of people. And if you use technology in such a way, then people will use it.
And in the physical world, what do you think are the key items for when it comes to face-to-face customer service?
You know, in a face-to-face setting, you have the enormous opportunity to really show people that you value their business, that you value that they come to you physically. You have this opportunity that you at least interact for maybe half a minute, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 3 hours if you're on a plane, but people are physically with you. That is the best gift that they can give you. And for you, it creates the opportunity to show that you care, make it personal, not personalized. The internet is about personalization. Together, us, then it's making it personal, showing warmth. I think the one thing that humans are really good in is exchanging positive energy. This is not something you can do remotely. And if your customers feel that positive energy from you, it will give them that great feeling that they were hoping to get.
Is it harder to find employees and staff who are comfortable doing that in a time where so many people spend so much of their time forging relationships online and socializing online?
Yeah, and you know, most companies have like values. We want passion and respect or integrity. And that's fantastic, but it doesn't tell employees how you expect them to behave. I think in customer service and customer experience, it's not really about values. You can use values, but they should be a guideline for expected behavior. And sometimes we underestimate how precisely you have to define the kind of behavior that you expect. Like companies like Disney, if you go to Disneyland, it's not because you're hired by Disney that automatically you know how to behave as a Disney employee. They tell those people in a very detailed way what kind of behavior they expect. And I think that's what you need to invest in. You cannot expect that someone just by nature knows the kind of behavior that you would like them to show to your customers.
Do you have some examples of the coolest or the best companies when it comes to customer experience from your point of view? You mentioned Disney. Any others that make the magic happen?
Well, I think that, for instance, the cruise companies are a good example to learn for. A few months ago, I was in Miami. I had the pleasure to work with Caribbean cruises, Royal Caribbean Cruises. And before that, I had like a tour on the ship and how it worked. But for me, the most impressive part was the terminal. Because the philosophy that they have, the promise towards customers is from curb to ship in 10 to 15 minutes. Behind the scenes, they call it from car to bar in 10 to 15 minutes. But I thought that was amazing because all the steps that you have to go through are exactly the same as what you go through in an airport. 10 to 15 minutes versus in an airport, they tell you 2 to 3 hours. But when you go to a cruise terminal, you have to check in, you have to show your passport, you go through security, you drop your luggage. They can do it in 10 to 15 minutes. Why? Because they are organized and they have the intention to do it and to simplify that process, to think about how smooth it can go, and they really value that time of customers. And that's impressive versus an airport. An airport knows perfectly how many people will show up at what time. You know the time of the flight, you know how many people are there, and still sometimes you have to wait an hour at security. That's strange, isn't it?
Yeah. We don't have anyone to defend the airport, so I'm sure there are some security reasons behind that as well. But really interesting point well made. We're starting to get some questions in, which is great. Always lovely to have a bit of audience participation. This one says, what's your leadership advice for the customer experience expedition? If a leader has no team of his own, you need to have the whole organization's focus and talent. We've been talking a lot about leadership, so encouraging your team, I suppose that's what it's about.
Well, in customer experience, they say that 70% of your customer satisfaction depends on the leader. So the leader plays a huge role in either making sure it's a focus point or not. So I usually have 3 questions for leaders that they should try out on themselves to see how much or how strong their customer leadership is. First one is, how do you deal with opposing interests? What if there is a conflict of interest between you and your client? Question there is, are you willing to hurt yourself in the short run to gain trust in the long run? Or is that difficult for you? That's question number 1. Question number 2 is, if something goes wrong, are you a person that will fix things instantly, no matter what? Or are you a person that wants to find out what went wrong in every little detail? And so waste time and then eventually solve it, but it took way too long.
Yeah.
Or number 3, how empowered is the frontline staff? Are you a micromanaging leader that wants to have a word in everything? Or do you trust your frontline staff for them to make the decision on the spot that is best for the customers? And those are 3 questions that can help you to figure out how difficult it is for you to really be customer-centric or how strong you are as a customer leader. And it starts with that self-assessment, if you ask me.
Yeah, and do you think people that feel that they don't match those qualities shouldn't become leaders in arenas where customer experience and customer service is at the helm?
Could you please repeat?
If you don't feel that you match those qualities and you're in a leadership role, do you think that means that's the wrong role for you, the wrong industry? Or do you think you can learn to acquire those skills?
No, you can definitely learn to change that. Very often it's about micro communication and micro decision making. Very often it's not about the strategy, but it's the small decisions that you take every day or the small things that you say or don't say that really make your team believe or disbelieve that you are serious about customers. And I think the one thing that every leader should do to become more customer-centric is to actually spend more time with customers directly. It is the best learning that you have so that you hear the feedback and the oohs and the ahs directly and not in some sort of a market research report, but that you sit face to face like we are right now and say, you're not ordering products anymore with us. What did we do wrong? And hearing that directly will boost your customer leadership tremendously.
Really interesting. Getting away from face-to-face interactions, generative AI. We couldn't have a tech and business conference without mentioning AI. But what do you think are are the easiest tools that companies are still not making the most of when it comes to helping to offer an exceptional customer experience or measure the success of a customer experience?
Well, I think the biggest change, thanks to Gen AI, that we're going to see in the field of customer experience is actually customer care, customer service, contact centers that will become more efficient, that will be faster, more automated. This is the field where we're going to see most of the change in the next 2 years. And we're going to see different speeds here. You have companies that have their data in order so that the model can learn from the existing customer service data. They will speed up like crazy. But the majority of the companies is suffering there. Either they don't have the data, or the quality of the data is not as it should be, so that if the quality of the service was below par in the past 2 years, and you train your model with average to low quality, the model will think, average to low quality is the way forward here.
Yeah.
So then you need time to change that first before you can use Gen AI and customer service. So I think that's where we're going to see most. Second step, more long-term, before it becomes mainstream, is AI agents that help customers to take decisions. Where maybe in some customer journeys, the customer will no longer be part of that customer journey. So that's going to change the whole engagement with customers completely then.
What, so for example, if you're booking a holiday or something, it only shows you options that it thinks you would like, something like that?
Yeah, well, today we have travel apps on our phone, banking apps on our phone, and we have to push a lot of buttons on the screen. What if you just say, like you say to ChatGPT, like, check my calendar, I have a meeting in Barcelona next week, what's the most convenient flight for me? And you get 2 options, and you say, take number 2.
Yeah, and it knows specifically that it's based
your agenda,
on your data.
it knows what you like, and it's fully personalized and super convenient.
Really interesting. Any other trends that you think will shape the future of customer experience, customer engagement in the next couple of years?
Well, I think really the biggest trend and biggest changer or driver of change will be AI. I think it will completely change the way that customers take decisions. It will make branding more important, because what will happen is you will say, hey, AI platform, I need Colgate toothpaste. And because you specifically ask for Colgate, the AI will give you Colgate toothpaste. But the question is, what happens if you say, hey, AI platform, I need batteries? Which brands will get through the filter? Which brands will be blocked by the filter? So the branding part will be more important than before, because if you're not strong with your brand, people will ask for generic products, and the black box of the AI will make the decision. And that's a whole new way of buying products. It means your trusted gatekeeper as a consumer is changing again. Before the internet, it was traditional media, radio, TV, newspapers. Today it's online, website, apps, social. Tomorrow, that will be an AI agent that will help us with our purchases.
Going to be so interesting to see how all that develops.
I can't wait.
Me neither. Stephen Van Bellingham, thanks very much for joining us here.
Great pleasure. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. All right, next up, any of you watching online or any of you in the audience seen the TV show The Bear? Got any hands? Yes, we've got a couple of fans here. I started watching it this week in preparation for this interview. It's quite addictive, I have to say. But it's partly based on life behind the scenes in one of the world's best restaurants, 11 Madison Park in New York. And we are about to be joined by one of its former general managers and co-owners. He's now also a best-selling author on customer service. Please welcome Will Guidera. Welcome. Good to have you with us here in Helsinki. And as I was mentioning to Will behind the scenes backstage, I'm really excited about this interview because I actually recently took a career break from journalism and event hosting to go and work in a mountain restaurant in the Arctic Circle. So I've got the hospitality industry front of mind at the moment. So it can be a very high tempo industry. It can be really fun, but it can also be quite exhausting. How do you think that how employees feel about their job impacts on what they deliver?
I mean, I think that's everything. You can't deliver gracious hospitality to your customers if you're not beginning by doing that with the people that work with you. My longtime boss and forever mentor, Danny Meyer, famously said that hospitality is a team sport. It doesn't matter how hospitable I am as an individual, I'm not coming anywhere close to interacting with all the people that my company was serving on a daily basis. It's only the extent to which I care for my people well enough that they know how good it feels to receive hospitality and by definition are inclined to want to pay that forward. I think when you get to a certain level in the hierarchy of a company, you almost need to actively stop caring about your customers such that you can completely care about the people whose job it is to actually care for those customers.
And how common do you really think that is in the industry?
I think it's increasingly understood. I think people get, like, you know, you hear people talk about my colleagues, my team, they're my family, right? And I think we should stop saying that because I just think it's not an accurate description. I've never fired one of my children for misbehaving. But I do think people increasingly are recognizing that they need to aspire to treat the people they work with more like their family, recognizing that if you don't build a good culture within your company, they're never going to be able to build a good culture for the people that you're serving.
So let's talk a little bit about some of the nuts and bolts around that. One topic I wanted to talk about is diversity in the hospitality industry. So there's a high demand for talent, which often means a melting point of nationalities and cultures. What are the benefits and challenges of having very diverse teams in the hospitality industry?
I mean, okay, so first, I think what's important to acknowledge, and this is for everyone that's listening in, is I believe that anyone, regardless of what they are doing for a living, can make the choice to be in the hospitality industry. And so when I talk about hospitality, either in my book or in the talks I do, it's not limited to just restaurants and hotels, right? I think anyone that's made the choice to care as much about people as they do about product is now in the hospitality industry. It's simply
an event like this is hospitality.
We're in the hospitality industry event right now. I think that most of the people in there, whether they've already made the choice to be in hospitality or not, I can't say that, but anyone can make that choice. How does diversity impact any service company that has made that choice? I mean, well, obviously it's powerful. I think the extent to which you can bring a diverse set of viewpoints and perspectives and experiences to the table only amplifies the level of creativity that you can bring to whatever it is you're doing. A more diverse set of experiences informs the diversity of the experience that you're trying to extend. How challenging is it? Well, I mean, listen, you need to know more about more different people in order to make them all feel seen and cared for. But I think success comes because of that tension, not in spite of it. I think that is what hospitality is, whether you're pursuing a single individual or an entire team filled with people. It's about being creative and intentional in pursuit of those people. And if you have to work harder with every individual because you need to learn a bit more about them to understand them well enough to make them feel a true sense of belonging on the team, I think the impact can be pretty extraordinary.
We were talking earlier with Stephen Van Bellingham on the stage about how you as a leader, often if you are working in the hospitality or customer service driven roles, you need to be able to trust your team to make quick decisions rather than being a micromanager, because things often happen at such a fast tempo. On the flip side of that, if things aren't going well, you can end up in a situation where if there are conflicts in a high-tempo environment, you've also got to solve the conflicts very quickly. It's not like an office job where you can say, oh, let's go out for lunch, let's take a walk, let's press pause on this, because you've got hungry customers. So what would be your experiences or tips on how do you manage that?
How do you manage which part?
The conflict in the high-pressured environment.
Between you and one of the people you work with,
or
customers. With a guest?
Could be both.
I mean, listen, there's this scientific principle that effectively explains how people remember an experience. It's called the peak-end rule, meaning that people remember the peak of the experience, for better or worse, the furthest deviation from zero, and the very end. We used to say in our restaurant, no guest left behind. Like, we will make sure everyone leaves happy, or at the very least, we will have done everything in our power to try to make sure that happens. That rule is an unbelievably comforting and empowering thing for me, because no matter how bad the mistake we've made is, or no matter how significant the conflict is, if the peak is here in a negative perspective, we can just work super hard to redefine it just a little bit more on the positive side. I think when one of the people on my team makes a mistake that invariably causes that conflict, my role is not to address it with them in that moment. My role is to work alongside them to redefine that peak, establish a good ending, send those people away happy. And then at the end of service, when things aren't emotional, when they're not chaotic, to then have a conversation around what went wrong such that they can learn from it. I think way too many people in my industry, and I see it in any other high-paced environment, it gets emotional. Right? It's chaotic, it's frenetic. In those environments, we get emotional, and we tend to, in those moments, correct someone's behavior in a way that we ultimately are not proud of.
It's really similar in the media industry with high-paced breaking news, where there is just a tendency to speak in a way that you wouldn't necessarily do in a different environment.
You need to remember that as long as someone works with you, they are on your team. No matter how badly they messed up. And in that moment, you are now their teammate. You are working to achieve a good ending to that chapter. And then later on, when the water is calm, then you unpack that and decide how you can all learn.
What about, on the same vein, continuous growth, continuous learning? So similarly, in an office environment, we'll have a lot of people here, they'll go off and do an away day, or they'll go off and do a team activity together. That's maybe harder to do in certain industries when you're on shift and you can't you'd have to close a restaurant, for example, in order for that to happen. What are your tips for continuous learning on the job that perhaps other industries could also learn from?
Well, so one of the things that I actually find fault with in some companies is they do these big day-long team-building activities, and they bring in speakers, and they do all this stuff, and then they feel like they've checked the box for that year. And I think that's wholly inadequate, and I think it's actually ends up just being a waste of money, because like anything, education is a craft and it's a practice, and if you're not pursuing it consistently, you're never going to actually grow. I think the best way to do anything is in more micro doses consistently over time. I think one of the best ways to create a culture of continuous learning and education is to foster an environment where feedback is normalized. I think micro doses of feedback is the best way to create a culture of constant improvement and education. And when I say feedback, I mean praise, obviously. If you're setting very high expectations for the people around you, you better be there to praise them every single time they do something well. Because praise, well, it's a beautifully contagious thing. We all crave it. And when I get praised for doing something well, not only do I want to do that thing again, but the people around me who saw me receive that praise are much more excited to want to receive it themselves.
Do you think that's something that industries in general and leaders in general have a tendency to overlook, to focus on the negative feedback rather than the positive?
Well, yeah. Listen, I think if you're a perfectionist, I walk into a restaurant, I immediately see all the things that are wrong before I see the things that are right. I think you need to be more intentional in catching people doing things right than you are doing things wrong. But here's the thing, I think talking about praising your team is not that novel anymore, right? It's a pretty well understood part of being a good leader. I think what is getting lost is that we're so focused on praise that we've forgotten about how fueling criticism can be. Because if praise is affirmation, criticism is investment. If you're building a world-class organization, you have to assume that the people joining your team are doing so because they want to grow. And you cannot grow if someone is not there to point out when you could be doing something better. But again, if criticism is going to be constructive, it needs to be done thoughtfully. And so I think a gesture of hospitality is not just the consistency with which you give feedback, but the way in which you do. For me, criticism should be the behavior, not the person. It should be done in private, not in public. You should never allow it to be emotional. You should never use sarcasm. Far too many insecure leaders use sarcasm and criticism because they don't have the confidence to just say it in the right way. You need to do it consistently, and you need to be willing to criticize yourself. But I think that if we took the amount of money, energy, time, and resources allocated to single day of learning and rather spread that over the entire year by constantly, with every single person on the team, praise them every time they're doing something well, and holding them accountable every time they could be doing something better, the extent to which our teams will grow and learn will far surpass the impact of 1, 2, or 3 single-day events.
Really interesting. So some insights on what you think other industries can learn from hospitality. Do you have any examples of the coolest companies or businesses that you think are offering exceptional customer service in other fields?
Oh my gosh, so many. I mean, I love Steven's example of Chewy. I think that's a remarkable one. I think when we talk about empowering your team, you look at Zappos or JetBlue, I think the big paradigm shift in how they approach their call centers was so many of these companies with call centers, they effectively analyze someone's performance based on efficiency. They are given this many minutes to resolve a situation. If it takes them longer to resolve that, then they are by definition not doing a good job. Those two companies removed that altogether and just trusted their team to invest as much time as was necessary to either resolve challenging moments or to celebrate the good ones. And each of them has companies that are just as, if not more profitable, with customer satisfaction scores that are that much higher.
Yeah, and presumably employee satisfaction as well, because of not feeling under so much pressure.
Because you don't feel like Big Brother is watching you and clocking everything. And at the end of the day, I do believe that even the people on your team that perhaps you give the least amount of credit to, they want to do well. And we need to set them up for success in doing well. And if you put someone in a customer service position, doing well means making people happy. And you need to give them the resources, and whether that's the empowerment or the time or the actual cash to do that, they're not going to be able to do it at the level they aspire to.
All right, some really interesting insights there. Just since we've got you here, flipping over a little bit, here in Finland and across the Nordics, there's a lot of pride in the cuisine, and I wanted to know if you've had a chance to taste any, and if not, what your favorite Nordic cuisine is.
Yes. This is my first time in Helsinki. I've spent time in Stockholm and in Copenhagen. I've been to Noma and Bar and Favaken back in the day, and Geranium.
A lot of the big name, high-end.
I've been to a lot, yes.
Yeah.
But I'm in Helsinki for like 24 hours. And so I've had a lot of meals for 24 hours. I had 3 dinners last night. I had a minced meat pie by the water. I went to Savoy for a tasting menu. And then I went to Bascari and Basso for a few plates of pasta last night. I had lunch at Cosmos today.
Okay, not been there.
100-year-old restaurant somewhere here.
So a true foodie,
The
something
food is
as much as you
extraordinary here, but I'll tell you what, the thing I've been even more struck by is the hospitality. There's like stigmas of different countries, and everyone says the Finnish are reserved people, which I guess is true based on the fact that there was a need to allocate an area for extroverts. But still, I've been overwhelmed by the graciousness of the hospitality I've experienced. From the moment I got on the flight, on a Finnair flight in Dallas, until this exact moment now, and I'm excited to come back one day.
Yeah, I'm sure people will be really pleased to hear that. And let's do a shout out for the caterers here while we're talking about the food.
Wherever you are.
So excellent. Sorry to those of you watching at home or from the office. I hope you've got some good snacks as well. All right, thanks very much for joining us, Will.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, well, lots of talk about customer experience and the hospitality industry, and now we are going to be talking to two people who have helped to shape the customer experience that you are enjoying today here at Nordic Business Forum. They are Salla Seppä, Chief Customer Experience Officer, and we're also hearing from Mika Järtinen, who was Head of Customer Experience until 2017. He's now an entrepreneur and a speaker on the topic. So please give them a very warm welcome to the HS Visio Live stage. Welcome to the studio.
How are you?
I'm doing well. Look how branded they are with their the Nordic Business Forum scarf, and you've got customer experience on as your badge.
Oh.
That was the badge that I picked as well, because I do think it's so important. First up, how are you feeling? Busy event. Have you had a chance to catch your breath, Salla?
Oh, it's been just wonderful to be here, because this is, of course, what we've been preparing for. So this is the highlight of the year, and it's busy, but it's wonderful.
And you, Miko?
Oh, you know, I'm just a visitor, you know. I'm attendee. I love it so far. Amazing. Good job, Salla.
All right. Well, let's talk a little bit about the fundamentals behind the event, what's shaped it into what it has become today. So starting off with quite a unique approach to event management, actually hiring a lot of students for a limited amount of time, but who are given the task of providing outstanding customer experience. How do you secure that? How do you ensure that people hired just for a couple of days are up to the task?
It's a great question. So there are a couple of very important points. One is to look for the right people with the right mindset and the passion for customer experience.
And how do you do that? Is that looking out for stuff on their CV?
Well, we have actually already since Mikko's time, we have some great practices in terms of meeting them and group interviewing them as well. And we are looking for the right mindset and teamwork and collaboration skills, because we believe they are actually at the very core of how we do things. And when we find them, then we make it very clear for them what our target is and that we are very ambitious about this. And after that, it's mainly about then building the culture and empowering them to do exactly that.
But so even in that interview phase, you're watching how they interact in groups.
Totally, yes,
Yeah.
yes. We want people who are eager to help one another out.
Yes, Miko.
And can I, Maddy, add that, you know, the recruitment process is amazing, you know? It's not an ordinary recruitment process. Salla, can you tell what kind of things there is actually going on? You know, because it's so cool. It's really cool.
Yeah, there are certain things where we just ensure that, that we put the students to do tasks that require a bit of like putting yourself out there and helping one another out. And then we can see like who are the ones who really do it and embrace it and enjoy it.
I feel like she doesn't quite want to give away what it is.
Exactly.
Maybe we can give an example. Already since actually Mikko's time, there's a task called Mission Impossible. And then we, you know, literally have a minute of time for them and ask them to complete a series of tasks which are almost impossible to do. And then it's a lot of fun and chaos, but it also shows us how they react to one another and who is helping.
How to perform under pressure,
Absolutely.
even if something
in a positive way. It's a bit tongue-in-cheek, of course.
Okay, great to hear it. Well, obviously all of us here are experiencing that customer experience, and I say completely without bias, because I've worked with Nordic Business Forum. I think this is my 6th one, and you always get exceptional customer service from whoever you meet. And that's part of the event's competitive edge in both attracting guests and also speakers. But where did this inspiration to have this approach come from? I guess that's to you, Mikko. Why not just focus on the speakers rather than the little details around all of the guests?
Yeah, so it's the history talk, I guess.
Yeah.
So back in 2010, we didn't have anything, you know? We didn't have any concept, we didn't have anything like in the customer experience. But what we saw there was crucial, because we saw that we had 2 different kind of customer experiences. The first one was that wasn't going well. You know, they came, something happened in the check-in, you know, they couldn't get the pads, so on, so on. They were trying to find a toilet, couldn't find it, so on. So they had a bad experience. And then there were other people who had amazing customer experience. They just loved it, you know, and they came to see the speakers, you know, and the way how they sat down and they were ready to listen and ready to learn was totally different. Because their emotions, their feeling was totally different.
Because they'd had good small interactions along the way.
Exactly, and because we are spending like hundreds of thousands of euros to get these amazing speakers on stage, we have the obligation to make our customers to learn the best way, to get the most out of it, you know. So that's why customer experience is vital.
And where did you take your inspiration from? Were there other companies, organizations, events?
I think Hape mentioned very well, you know, that when he was 19, that he used to go to this event and he got very excited about it. And it was because in the beginning it was me, Jyri, Hape, Ville, Juha, and Ilari.
You're the founders of Nordic.
Yeah, exactly. So we all went to different kind of events and we got ideas and inspiration from all of those, you know. So I think most of Nordic Business Forum is all about, I would say, stealing from others. We see something really cool and we are like, oh my gosh, we need to get that.
Any particular examples you can give us of something that's really paid off?
Of the other events?
Oh no, of the little details that you thought we should do that.
Oh, so many. I think one of the coolest, in my opinion, has been like these bold things, you know, that we have been like, oh, can we do that? And then we are like, yes, we can. One thing was like, we used to greet everybody by shaking hands, you know? We shaked everybody's hand. And I think it was a very bold move back at then. We are in Finland. We need to remember that we are in Finland. You know, we are not used to those kind of things. And having this kind of like very positive approach and this kind of like energy and having these youngsters, you know, and giving them the opportunity, I think that is a very bold move too. And I think trusting the young people to give their best, I think that has paid off very well.
What would you add to that, Sam?
No, I think it's the legacy that we have been building on all along. So I've been around now since 8 years, and the customer experience when I joined was the reason why I joined. So I had been a customer before, but it was actually through word of mouth that I heard others praising this event, and I needed to go and check it out. And when I had started, at least I felt like I need to understand what are the core elements of this experience, which we need to cherish so that we don't lose the essence of it, and then try to develop it further. And some of the things that Mikko mentioned as well is that we work with these young people and we want to give them a chance to maybe have a first experience of their working life. And we also feel a sense of responsibility there, that we want to show what working life can be like, and that you can come to work at an event and if you have the right mindset and collaboration skills, we can do the rest with you. We can teach you how to do those other things.
Let's flip that on its head just a bit, because we have been talking about talent development and feedback. Things don't always go well. You must have had some people that did well in the simulated tests and look good on the CV, but then things don't go as well. And you're trying to give them feedback at the same time as not putting them off work or being too hard on them. How do you deal with those moments where things don't go quite so well?
I think one of the first questions we always think if something has not gone well is that, what's the root cause of it? Have we maybe been unclear ourselves in terms of what we are expecting? Or have the instructions been unclear? Or that how is the person feeling themselves? Like, is everything okay? But of course, there are certain moments when you just have to be direct and give them feedback that helps them improve as well. But I think when you genuinely have a good intention towards them and they know that, then I think it's also easier to give that constructive feedback. And I think you also need to give good feedback when there's good reason for that. So I think then they're also more open to also other types of feedback.
Exactly, as Will said when commenting on the restaurant industry. Yes, Mikko.
Yeah, if I can add, I think it's not feedback. I think it's feed forward. We want to make them to learn and grow, and that has been always the key of these operations, of this customer experience, that we want to grow the people. And I think Jack Welch once said very well, he said that it's not about you, it's about growing your people. And you grow from the reflective glory of your people. And we truly believe that. And I'm so happy to hear that the legacy has been moving on, because I was walking around and I had the chance to talk with the youngsters, with the students. And I said, because they made me feel very special. And I asked, like, hey, what is your secret? And they told me that, it's the path that they have taken us, the journey where we have learned all these things. And they mentioned Salla. They said, like, Salla is one of the key things. She has the energy, and she is making us willing to learn more.
So very briefly, last question of the panel to you, Salla. Nordic Business Forum's now expanded. You're operating in a range of different countries. How are you ensuring that the newer parts of the business offer the same exceptional level of customer service?
Great question. So indeed, we work closely with the other companies, and we want to kind of help them leverage the learnings that we've had across the years. So there are, I think, very many fundamental things that always apply, irrespective of where the event takes place. And when we share them and we coach them and we share the stories, which, by the way, are a big part of how we train our people, that we share stories about successful customer interactions, then we inspire these other companies also that create your own legends, create your own stories and share those stories with the people as well, so that they can get inspired to do the same.
All right, we're running out of time, but thank you so much to both of you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Such a pleasure.
Thank you. All right, well, we're taking a break from the HS Visio Live Studio to return to the main stage, where you'll be able to hear more from the speakers that we have just had on stage, Stephen Van Bellingham and Will Guidara. But we'll be back here at around 7 o'clock local time with our final guests of the day. So don't miss it. Do join us again in a couple of hours' time. Bye-bye for now. Good evening. It's coming up to 7 o'clock in the evening here in Helsinki. Those of you here in the venue who are sticking around for drinks, you are welcome to bring your drinks over to the HS Visio studio and delay a bit of your networking, relax and enjoy our next couple of inspiring guests. And hello to all of you still watching on the live stream. Great to see so many of you still engaged, and I hope that you'll get the most out of our last couple of guests as well. We heard on the main stage, grab that notebook if you're getting a bit tired and write down the thoughts, the key thoughts that come to you so that you can go back to them at a later stage in the day or week. All right, let me tell you about our first of these last two guests coming up here on the HS Visio Live Studio stage. She is a very impressive bio for this one, a very five-time CEO, author of 6 business books, formerly a BBC TV producer, and currently a professor in practice at the University of Bath Management School in the UK. Please give a very warm welcome to Margaret Heffernan. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you.
How are you doing after day 1 of Nordic Business Forum?
My head is slightly exploding.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember where I am and what I had for breakfast. So much stuff whizzing around. It's been great.
Yeah, lots for everyone to go home and think about. And you've actually recently joined the board at Nordic Business Forum as well, right?
I am. I joined the board a couple of months ago, and so this is the first of their events that I've ever seen, which is great. I'm very, very, very impressed.
Love the confidence of joining a board before joining the events. But let's talk a little bit about your work. So for anyone not familiar, you work a lot with the concept of willful blindness. Can you first just explain what that concept means to you?
Yeah. Willful blindness is a legal term. It means that if there are things you could have known and should have known and somehow managed not to know, you're deemed to be liable because you had the opportunity for knowledge and you skipped it. And I started thinking about it when I wrote 2 plays for the BBC about the collapse of Enron, where it came up in the trial of the chairman and CEO. And the more I thought about it, the more I thought, I see this all over the place. And every time we have another business failure, you know, whether it's Volkswagen emissions, or whether it's Boeing, or whether, you know, it's a bank, the narrative is always the same. First of all, nobody knew. Then it turns out, well, a couple of people knew. And then it turns out, you know what? Everybody knew. Everybody always knows. So the question my book set out to answer was, how does this happen? What's going on? And what could we do to prevent it? And very sadly, I've now rewritten the book twice because I keep getting so many new cases.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd bring a marvelous end to this pernicious phenomenon, but sadly it continues to this day.
And why is that across such a wide range of industries, including, as you say, huge multi-million-dollar companies that should have those kind of frameworks in place? We're not talking about a startup that forgot to sign an agreement here.
Some of it's lack of diversity, right? Everybody's thinking the same way. Some of it is what I think of as an excess of solidarity. You find this in a lot of nonprofits and in healthcare, which is the mission is so important, I don't want to deliver bad news. Some of it is something we call organizational silence, which shows if you ask executives, do they have issues and concerns at work that they don't voice? 85% of them say yes, which is a shocking number. So in other words, you've got an organization packed full of people who aren't actually telling you what's going on. Some of it is physical. People who, you know, who work too late, too long hours, who multitask, they can't actually think after a while. And so this is implicated in every industrial accident you can imagine. Some of it is obedience. I think doing a good job is doing what I'm told.
Turning a blind eye.
Some of it is conformity, which is I want to be like my pals. That's solidarity again. Some of it is incentives. You know, money definitely changes the way that people think. We like to think, well, maybe other people, not me. But it means you focus on the money and you may just kind of forget about things like safety or patient care. And I think it's hugely exacerbated, this phenomenon, by scale, by hierarchy, and by the complexity of the organizational structures we use now. So probably in the most horrible, tragic example recently in the UK, we had a terrible fire, the Grenfell fire disaster. Huge willful blindness because of outsourcing.
I think it was more than 70 people.
About 76 people died.
Yeah.
And the outsourcing really meant that actually nobody knew what was going on.
And it was all to do with the cladding on the front of the building?
Well, it was to do with cladding. It was to do with a lot of competitive companies trying to cut costs. It was to do with the sense that if we outsource everything, it'll be cheaper. But every time you outsource something, you lose expertise and you create more information gaps.
And when cases like this come up, I saw you wrote about that case recently in one of the UK newspapers.
Yeah.
What kind of response are you getting immediately after raising this red flag that once again it's happening?
Well, this sounds really arrogant, but I say it with some sadness. The response I get is, you're right. We know. So then the question is, so why doesn't anybody do anything about it? Some of that is bystander behavior. It's not my problem. There was a problem like this at General Motors where they had a car that every now and then the ignition blew up. And the guy who investigated it, a guy named Anthony Valukas, described what he met in the Ford culture, which was this kind of ritual, which is when people were asked who's responsible, they'd go like that. So the more complex an organization, the easier it is to be a bystander, because if something's, like safety, if it's everybody's job, it's nobody's job.
Yeah.
It's not my problem. I don't know whose problem it is, but it's somebody's, and it's not mine.
How can we confront this problem ourselves? What do you do if you feel that you're in an organization where there is willful blindness, or where you want to avoid being that person that says, not my problem?
I think if I think about the people that I wrote about who really did take action, I would say they had certain characteristics. They thought about their company as a community, and they'd all grown up in small communities where what you did mattered, where there weren't lots of people to do stuff. You kind of had to do it yourself. Many people think that people like this are generally women. That's not true. The research doesn't show it. That they're people of faith, also not true. The only thing I could find, having interviewed about 100 people in this category, was that they see the consequences of the decisions they make through the eyes of the most vulnerable people. So the lowest on the pecking ladder, or the least well-educated, or the least powerful, and they think, what would it look like to them? And that really keeps them on their mark.
And was there a wealth aspect to this? Because I'm thinking, privileged leaders should be able to put their foot down, and if they lose their job over it, there's another job for them. But if someone's literally like, I can't pay for the food for my family if I'm the whistleblower, it's potentially harder for some rather than others. Did you notice that was a factor in who came forward?
Well, the rich definitely don't come forward. I mean, they may be able to afford it, but actually they're often the most ignorant because their money separates them from the world. It creates a distance. I mean, the great example of this was Dick Fuld, who ran Lehman Brothers. He used to get a private helicopter from his home to Manhattan, a chauffeur-driven car from the helipad in Manhattan to his office, a private lift from the office floor to his own office. He never had to see a single ordinary human being in his entire day. Nor did he have to meet any of his employees. No wonder he had no faintest idea of what was going on.
Yeah.
Or how much the rest of the banking community hated him.
Yeah, really, really interesting example there. So interesting to talk about willful blindness. You touched a little bit on diversity and the issues around having teams that are too similar. And I also want to connect this to some of your other work. One of your books you wrote 20 years ago, exactly this year, was The Naked Truth, all about life for women in the workplace. How much do you think things have really changed for women in the last 20 years? That's the year I entered the workforce, by the way.
Well, I wrote The Naked Truth because I was in the headquarters of the investor of one of my tech companies. And a woman was in the lift with me, and she came up and very timidly said, "Are you Margaret Heffernan?" And I said, "Yeah, I think so." And she said, "I just wondered, because I've never seen a female CEO before."
Wow.
And I thought, oh my God. Anyway, that's what led to the book. I would like to say things have changed, and obviously they have somewhat. I don't think they've changed enough. I think I mentor CEOs of large global businesses. Some of them are male, some of them are women. I think women still pay a high price in terms of trying to fit in, trying not to frighten the guys, trying not even sometimes to be identified as female. I mean, the chairman of the investment firm that invested in my tech companies once said to me when he hadn't seen me for a couple of weeks, he said, "Oh, Margaret, have you been away? Have you been on holiday? Did you have a good time?" I said, "No, David, actually, I know you haven't noticed this, but I've had a baby." I mean, he just didn't even notice that.
Wow.
Because, he had a mental model of a CEO, and they don't have babies. So I think the recurrence of Me Too episodes, one of which is just playing out in the UK at the moment.
Yeah, and this is
suggests we still have a lot of problems.
Yeah, I mean, I reported on this a couple of years ago that Gen Z is the first generation to enter the workplace after Me Too.
Yeah.
So there's a different expectation of how it should be.
Yeah.
But it's still not always playing out. And I also want to ask what your advice would be to men in the workplace, because I think there's still a lot of confusion around how they can behave and how they can support people because of worries about what might happen if they do the wrong thing.
Yeah. Well, they haven't been punished for doing too many of the right things, so I think it's a good direction to move into. Let's just put it that way. I think they have to be cautious if they're going to support women, a woman or women, to make sure of what the boundaries are. They should have a frank discussion about it. But I think they have more to lose by not supporting women than by giving it a shot.
Flipping on to another topic, in 2019, I think it was, you gave a TED talk about the need for more human skills and less technology.
Yes.
And that was before the peak of AI, and today we've been talking about quantum computing. So I just wondered if that's something that you still stand by, and how,
oh God, yes.
how people can be more human in this techie age.
Well, I think there's something really important. I mean, I ran tech companies. I love technology. I'm a bit of a nerd, proudly. But I think there's something we really have to understand about technology, which is when you outsource something to technology, you lose the ability yourself, right? People at Ford tell me they struggle to judge between suppliers of steering wheels because they don't make steering wheels themselves anymore, right? I don't know my kids' phone numbers. I've outsourced that to my phone. I'm quite happy with that. But there are certain things I don't want to outsource. I don't want to outsource writing because writing is thinking. I don't want to outsource decision-making because decision-making I'm responsible for and I have to carry the can for. I don't want to outsource creative work because at that point work loses all meaning. So I think we have to be very, very careful in the gold rush, the insane gold rush that we're involved in, where everybody is suddenly an AI expert and telling you how great it's all going to be, and start recognizing that every single decision you make has an unexpected consequence. And you should spend quite a lot of time thinking what that could be. Now, some of the best thinkers about this, like Stuart Russell, his AI lab has philosophers, anthropologists, sociologists, lawyers, part of the debate about how are we going to shape this. That's really important. If you leave technologists to themselves, the conversations that need to be had will not be had. And we will end up at the mercy, as we already are to some degree, of overmighty companies who don't really care about us, do care greatly about their competition to be the richest man in the universe. And when the unexpected consequences pop up, as they will, they'll say, oh, I couldn't possibly have seen this coming.
And there's the willful blindness again. All right, well, definitely some comments for people to scribble down in their books. Thank you very much for inspiring us. Our penultimate guest of the day, Margaret Heffernan.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with our final guest, we're switching things up a bit, and our focus for the next 15 minutes is going to be sustainability. So our next guest is the founder of the Upright Project, and this is an organization that basically looks at how companies can optimize their net impact while also still trying to ensure that they have an impact financially. It's based here in the Finnish capital. Please give a warm welcome to Anu Nieminen. Great to have you here. Our final guest of the day, but obviously a really important topic, sustainability. So I'm glad that we're having some time to dig into this before everybody heads home. So tell us a little bit about your business. You actually launched in 2017, which was before the kind of peak of sustainability, where everyone was talking about it every second of every day, really. Why did you decide to get into the area? Was it a particular moment or a particular personal experience?
Well, as you said, the peak hadn't quite happened, so it was definitely not cool back then. Actually, almost like every mentor or person that I mentioned to what I'm going to be building said like, Anu, please, anything but that. Like, it doesn't make any sense to try to quantify the impact of everything on everything. But where it really stemmed from was, I think, almost an obsession that started when I was in high school and I was trying to figure out what to do with my life, like every teenager does. And I was really interested in trying to understand, what does humanity really know about what follows from companies existing? I was maybe a little bit naive. I was a lot into mathematics and data, so I thought there needed to be some kind of a model where we could understand what actually follows from Spotify existing, or Tesla, or Amazon, or whatever, the soda I was drinking, or the pizza I was eating. And I couldn't believe when I started to dig a little bit into it and ask some of my teachers and later on in university some of my professors that this was an area that was like, it's too vague, you can't go there, there are so many definitions missing. And I could see all of that complexity, but I couldn't quite accept that, that no one had even tried, like really, to put that data in practice. So that's what eventually then led me. It took some years for me to like gather up the courage, but eventually then led me to decide that I'm going to gather up the best data scientist friends that I have and just start building this and see where it leads us.
So for those of us who aren't mathematicians, break down exactly how it works.
Yeah, well, maybe the short way of sort of explaining what the Upright impact model does is we try to take and summarize the sort of best that humanity has accumulated in terms of scientific knowledge. Very concretely, that's open access papers, scientific papers and research, and match that against what companies concretely do. And we're not that interested in these ESG reports or sustainability fancy like pledges or anything like that, but we are having a very nerdy look at the actual products and the services that the company produces. So if we're looking at Pepsi or Coke, for example, we're not looking at how many prizes they have won in ESG, but we're looking at what's the product, how is it being manufactured, what's the science on what follows from a kid drinking that glass of Coke, and so on.
And so how do you decide which companies to measure and how to give more of an industry-wide overview then?
We don't really decide. So we cover every company that has some kind of a sensible internet presence. And obviously, when we started, we just downloaded like huge amounts. If you look at pension funds, where are their investments? If you look at the investment sort of sphere, has been a great tool for us of even mapping out what companies exist. That's also one sub-question of this. But the very pragmatic answer is that whenever we onboard like a huge pension fund, we need to cover everything where they've invested. So then they give us this huge holdings list, and then we drive it in the machine. And now we're working with a little bit more than 50,000 companies in the database with sort of a customer caliber quality. Then, of course, the caliber is, or the coverage is a lot wider if we talk about our own research purposes.
So the companies are seeking you out, and there's demand for these kind of data and information. I guess to play devil's advocate a bit, if you're looking at, you look at all the data and then you can see, oh, we've had a net positive impact. Companies can go away and say, well, we're doing well, even if some of the tools they've been using or some of the services they've been providing have had a negative impact. So you could argue it stops them making radical changes in certain areas.
I love that you brought that up. That's probably one of my favorite sort of topics when it comes to net impact. So the whole question of can you even aggregate impact to one metric is something probably the most debated one internally and also in my head. When I started this out, I was like, because in a way what we're building is like an extension to the human brain. If you try to, even in a grocery store, you try to figure out what kind of cereal or muesli to buy for breakfast. And even if you simplify a lot, you just take 3 dimensions instead of 100 or thousands of impact. You just take like climate, price, and health. Even with that, my brain, and I sometimes take pride in being somewhat fast in thinking, and I'm even somewhat of a mathematical person, my brain would never be able to calculate that without spending at least weeks in that grocery store aisle. So we need to build some kind of a extension for the human brain to utilize the information that humanity has and make decisions that are less poor than they used to be. So to your question about how does this then incentivize companies to, if you get to, you look at a nice enough portfolio level or a fund level or a corporate level, and it's on the sort of slightly on the plus side. Well, maybe the first answer is that, or just to clarify, investors, for example, don't use the aggregate score. So we force them to feed their own sort of like criteria for the system. And that's actually what the regulator forces as well. So they need to define what a sustainable investment means. They can't say that, hey, Upright decided it for us, but they rather use our data and the more granular level of 31 impacts where they set deal breakers. They say, for example, for social injustice and biodiversity, this is our deal breaker level beyond which you can't go in a negative side. And on the positive side, these are the 2 impacts where you're then maximizing the positive part. But the aggregate still is there, and it's not for our customers, and it's debated a lot, as I said, if it even should be there. But for me, I'm stubborn in terms of saying that our actions are still binary. The investment is either made or not made. Government subsidies are given or not given. I either buy that muesli or I don't. And for those decisions, the human brain always does a binary decision. So we try to say that if you take these assumptions, does this add more value than it destroys? And it can be a sort of mind-boggling, emotion-provoking question, but I argue that it's better to lay it out there with open assumptions than to sort of hide it or kind of like try to pretend that the complexity is not there.
Yeah, and like you say, present the glossy reports which don't necessarily give the same level of information, and could be interpreted in different ways.
Exactly, we're going to cherry pick like 3 your favorite impacts where a company happens to be doing well. That's the other option, and I don't think that's bringing us anywhere.
You mentioned that you are still getting a lot of clients, but when we talk about the sustainability peak wave, I suppose that was, 2019, 2020, before the pandemic at least. And then we have had the pandemic, we've had AI being in focus. This conference, we've been talking about quantum computing. There are new trends, there are new developments. The global economy is also fed into all of this. How has that affected you and your clients and your business to not be the #1 hot topic at the moment, sadly?
I probably am not supposed to say this, but I actually like that the sort of biggest bubble, sustainability bubble, has burst a little bit, like the, hey, everybody can be green type of thing on every single business event and so on, because there was just so many sort of maybe false hopes behind that. And I think now what's happening from my lens, and obviously I'm biased because I'm now looking through the what our customers are working on. The sort of surface level noise is lower, but what's actually happening within the companies is getting real. So, for example, with the CSRD, a fancy acronym for this big regulation now that is hitting the EU, basically it means that the CFOs are now taking charge of the impact reporting. Board members have to personally sign off things having to do with this area. And it means that it has gotten a lot more professional. People are beyond that. Let's just choose one green project. And they are actually looking at the core business, at the strategy. And I like that. It's a little bit less on the surface, but I think it's good. I think these topics will make it to the surface again when the homework has been done underneath.
And the homework does need to be done by businesses now because it's an EU regulation. How much of a stress do you think that's causing businesses right now?
It's huge. It's like a nightmare for many CFOs. I mean, this is let's be honest. Whether I like it or not, this is the number one thing that is right now what is causing pain, what is making companies reach out to us and ask us for help. Because we happen to also be fairly good at this double materiality assessment that needs to be quantified for this reporting. It's huge. It's basically because CFOs are getting this. They're used to being on top of the financial numbers. They're getting this whole new area with so much vagueness in even definitions, metrics. What does good look like? What's the benchmark for impact? Like, what does that even mean? You have so many benchmark and financial consultants. So what does a good EBITDA in industry X at time horizon Y look like? You have none of that for impact. So it's a huge stress. Obviously, I'm optimistic. Also, I'm building in this area, so I should be as well. I think this is a sort of bit of a mess that you need to just get on board with and use the efficient tools and not waste too much time on the parts of the process that are not creating actual value.
You mentioned the sustainability bubble, and I think particularly here in the Nordics, a lot of companies and the region generally has ridden on this reputation for being greener than other parts of the world. But as we've seen recently, high-profile companies like Northvolt being questioned for certain chemicals, certain procedures, and the sort of reputation of this region is perhaps not as strong as it was. Do you think is that fair to say? And how do you think the Nordics does compare to other parts of the world right now when it comes to sustainability?
I think it's a healthy development that we don't just, 15 years ago, you used to think that, hey, the Nordics, come on, good values, we have forests, clean nature. I think it's a very healthy wake-up call for Nordic companies to not just assume that this will be a competitive advantage just like that, but to have that wake-up call as well and to see, for example, many other regions in the world being a lot more aggressive when it comes to, for example, solar, a lot of these innovations. And
Can you give some examples? Who else is kind of nudging ahead in this?
Well, just looking at solar, for example, and just at the intensity of building, even the US that is usually used as the sort of, on the other end of the dimension as an example. Also, when you look at China, which is typically used as the example that there's no point of doing anything good because China in any case will be bad. Well, I would give it some time and see what happens, because those guys also, when they decide to actually do something, the speed of execution can be pretty fierce. So I think it's really good for us in the Nordics not just be too comfortable in this area and keep challenging ourselves further. But I have to say that when it comes to then like leadership, alignment, all of these things that you actually need to do when you need to change things, not just write about them, how amazing we already are, but when you need to actually look at how we need to get better, there we do have some strengths in the Nordic area. There's just so much to be played on when it comes to like, does climate change exist? Is biodiversity problems, are they real? As opposed to, for example, the US dialogue. So we should leverage this alignment and act fast, but not just think that it's enough to sort of trust that we have this great reputation that we used to.
So what would you say are the key challenges and opportunities if we're, say, to look ahead for the next 5 years?
Huge challenge, definitely just this whole area being such a mess when it comes to definitions. So even the EU, even though the EU has been sort of a model citizen in terms of regulations, pushing and also producing some good regulation when it comes to both companies and the finance sector. But even there, I think the definition of what it actually means for investment to be sustainable in 2024 does not exist. So we need to be pushing for that. We need both private sector players, regulators, companies showing examples and being bold in also saying what this does not mean, because there hasn't been very like both examples yet. So that's definitely a number one challenge. When it comes to opportunities, I mean, I think anyone who still thinks that this is not a business opportunity is kidding themselves. So this is definitely, and it's not just an industry thing that, hey, there's like hydrogen here or solar there. This is also a matter of whether you're in, when it comes to health solutions, anything, you need to justify your reason for existence in a completely new way. And this can be a huge leverage, not just for companies in these sort of cliched impact areas, but also for any company working in producing knowledge, media, or for example, or the health sector, or education, anything really.
And so your ambitions to be part of this with the Upright project, what are the next steps for the business?
We simply want that whenever someone goes online and writes like Tesla impact, that they don't land on Tesla's sustainability report, but they land on science-based objective data on what the core business actually does and how it impacts the world. So we want to be the open access, open data solution of bringing common sense to this discussion that is severely lacking it right now.
We'll be watching closely to see how it all goes. Thank you very much, Anna Nieminen.
Thank you so much, Maddy.
Well, it's been a long day, but a great day. I hope you've got as much out of the HS Visio Live stage as I have, and we've got plenty more for you in store tomorrow. So do join us. We'll be back at 9 o'clock finish time, kicking off the day with a discussion that I'm really excited about. Finland has been ranked the happiest country in the world for 7 years in a row now, and we're going to be delving a little bit into how that impacts on work life and leadership. So do join us then, and thank you so much for today. Have a really wonderful evening, or morning or afternoon, depending on where you're watching us. So bye-bye to all of you here in Helsinki, and bye-bye to those of you on the live stream. Thank you.